feeling I can leave. I'm working and I'm here. Will you dare to give it over and walk by my side? Do you see the road? Do you hear it call? Do you want a part of me? Just getting me above now. Getting me above now.
All right. Woo! Here we are. Long time no see.
Very long time.
You've been hanging out there in the wilderness, all right?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Yeah, it's been pretty rough. It is so windy right now, and yeah. But yeah, 60 days. Been out here right off of Highway 1 in Alberta, just west of Calgary. On the yeah, day 60 of the carbon tax protest in Canada. So
Day 60. Perfect timing, because the rest of today's live stream is going to be 60 years of Marsden Point. That'll be coming up after we spend an hour talking about this carbon tax debacle. I call it a debacle. But damn, 60 days and you haven't been shut down. That's quite a record.
right? Not just not shut down, but we're being completely left alone. All the locations. So, yeah, I got here on March 31st, just as the sun was setting, and on April 1st, the new carbon tax was implemented. So, for anybody that doesn't know, 23% increase in taxes on everything in Canada.
Oof.
So people were struggling already before, and now it's just I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot of people are falling into despair. A lot of people are losing their farms. A lot of people are losing their homes. A lot of people are losing everything, and it feels like it's not just uphill anymore. It's like we're rock climbing to get ourselves out of this situation here in Canada. So yeah, if you notice, like my face is quite burnt. The winds here, I am literally just east of, I can see the Rocky Mountain range from here. So
Wow.
where I am in Alberta, it's like flat prairies, but I can see the Rocky Mountain range, and then British Columbia is just past it. So because we're in the foothills, like the wind just is always blowing. When I first got here, yeah, we had snow. We've had lots of snow. We've had more snow, and then we had a couple of nice days. And then the wind picked up. We lost a couple of tents. They literally blew down the street. And then we had hail, which was fun. And then we had sideways snow. And then we had freezing rain one night. So when I woke up, I couldn't even get out. I'm in a camper right now. I've been staying here. I've only had one night away because I needed it. It takes a huge toll on you physically, because the wind, it just feels like the wind just takes your energy and just blows it down the street. So
yeah,
it's crazy. But today it's nice and sunny, but the wind, the nice thing about the wind is that all the flags, because we have many flags flying, including the United Tribes flag is being flown here, as well as the New Zealand flag. So yeah, the flags look fantastic when the wind is blowing, but unfortunately, it just yeah, it takes a lot out of you physically. So yeah, I've been here for 60 days now, and I've spent one night away because I needed it. So, and it was nice actually. So I am on Highway 1, just outside of Cochrane, Alberta, west of Calgary. It's a truck stop up the road, Petro Pass. And so they've got showers and laundry available. So that's where I've been showering. And then, yeah, we're currently located on a truck scale. So the semi trucks pull up, they weigh themselves, and they keep going. So that's part of the success that we've had is this is public land, but because protesting is still technically legal in Canada for now, as long as we keep the truckers happy and keep the lane open, we're not getting any complaints and we're not getting bothered. So, but yeah, 60 days.
That would raise a lot of interest from the truckers. Do they engage in conversation when they come around?
A lot of them do, and we get a lot of honking, a lot of support. It doesn't matter what nationality. So we see like the Sikhs and you know, the Middle Eastern drivers going through. We've got European, like East European drivers coming through. And because we've been here so long, we're getting a lot more support from the public, because a lot of protests just kind of fizzle out, you know, and they dry up and people go home. But because we've been here for 2 months now, there's a lot of people showing up saying, oh yeah, I've been driving by for weeks and figured, you know, if I drive by and you guys are still there next time, I'm going to pull in, and just, we're here for the conversation. So it is a lot of it's not a freedom event. It's it is, but it isn't. We figured that the carbon tax is something that's affecting all Canadians. So it's something that we could all come together on. And so far we've got locations. There's one, like the one I'm at, they're starting one up in British Columbia. There's another one here in Alberta, a couple hours north. And then we've got another location on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border in Lloydminster. And then we've got a location on the Manitoba and Saskatchewan border, a Kirkella-Fleming location. We've got a couple of locations in Ontario. And there's another one that's on the Nova Scotia-New Brunswick border. And we're trying to encourage people to like just start their own carbon tax protests in their town. Yeah. However they do it, even if it's just sitting in front on your front lawn with a "end the carbon tax," you know, sign and your Canadian flag. Just get out there and show your support. You know, write to your MLAs, get emails. You know, anything you can do. So far it's working. There is a lot of pressure put on, and the big outrage, Jason, is that 7 out of 10 premiers of provinces here in Canada were against starting the carbon tax, implementing it on April 1st. So they tried everything. They even rolled out a vote of no confidence. But unfortunately, I don't know what is wrong with the politicians. They're all completely spineless. So the New Democratic Party, the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, and the Liberals all voted together to shut down against the Conservatives, because it was Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, the opposition leader of the opposition party. He was the one who called on the vote. So I don't know, all 3 other political parties, they ganged up and they shot it down, because we were so close to like bringing in a vote of non-confidence on the Liberals, but it was shut down. So April 1st, 23% increase on everything. So and then it's like that's not only it, because at the very end, after everybody gets taxed, you can see it on bills, like you still get charged goods and service tax. So the taxes get taxed. So like say your utility bill, it'll show you the amount that you're being charged that you use is like $23. And then after all the taxes are added, and then now they've added the 23% carbon tax, which gets charged GST. So the whole thing gets charged GST. Normally your bill would be like $23 to $30 with some tax. Now people are they're having to pay, like the bills are coming out like $170. So like that's how much people are getting taxed, and that includes fuel. So it starts with the farmers. They get taxed on feed, you know, on utilities. So a chicken farmer, he needs to keep his chicken, like the hens, happy and warm. So their bills have just skyrocketed. I don't know how they're doing it. So then the trucker picks up the goods. Trucker gets charged 23% extra now on everything from gasoline to parts to just your general maintenance. And then trucker takes it to the production plant. the production plant, they get charged more. The trucker picks it up from there, takes it to the grocery store. The grocery store gets charged 23% extra, and it's all passed down to the consumers. So
Yeah.
Canadians, like, we are struggling beyond belief. They're I don't know, a lot of people are waking up to it because, you know, they've how could they not? So that's definitely something that we're like, we're not going away. Like, the reason why we started this protest here, the carbon tax protest, is to put the pressure on. It is slowly working, but we all know how Trudeau is. You know, he's a little man child, and he's got quite the ego and a lot of pride, and he really doesn't care about Canadians. So he's not going to back down. But slowly, with the pressure and more people waking up now, because I mean, how can they not? They're
How can
wondering
they
how.
not?
Well,
Indeed,
yeah.
how can they not?
So they're going to work to afford the money to pay the gas to go to work. So, and then like how they can even afford, a lot of like middle-aged people are having to move in with their elderly parents. Like
Yes.
the youth are completely giving up, you know, and people just can't afford to drive around. And then coincidentally, they're bringing in 15-minute cities. Oh, what a coincidence.
Oh, what a coincidence.
What a
Oh, how
coincidence.
charming is that? Oh, lovely, wonderful little solution to all their tax and fuel issues that they've created.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of that going on in New Zealand as well. All these 15-minute cities that start to pop up and all that. But seems since the convoy anyway in New Zealand's become a bit lethargic. I mean, there's still a few key people who are out there punting away, but most people with their bread and circuses and their football and their TikTok have sort of just decided to take it. So that's a pity, isn't it?
It's happened with a lot of Canadians since the Freedom Convoy, you know. When that happened, like, all the Canadians came out in by the thousands, hundreds of thousands, you know, the whole drive to Ottawa, like the overpasses were packed with Canadians. Everybody was like showing up at the end of their driveways and, you know, showing a lot of support. And people that were at the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa, they're feeling a bit discouraged by the lack of numbers that the carbon tax protest is seeing. They're wondering where all these people are, but I understand that everybody, like, that's the thing about the Freedom Convoy, is it was to end the mandates, and we had already been locked up for 2 years. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay in this parking lot on Highway 1 for 2 years. But
Well, that's not really a good idea. It does happen too, actually. It does, but believe it or not, it does happen to people. And
Yeah.
that's not really the solution, is it, at the end of the day? But how is this guy even staying in power with all of this going on at the end of
Well,
the day? I mean, a lot of people would have actually given up by now. Like, you know, like look at what happened to our horse trainer here. You know,
yeah.
she ended up giving up, and they just handed the reins over to another madman, psychopath lunatic.
Yeah.
But
Well,
why don't they just transfer him over to some other
there's
globalist?
rumors of that, because right now the Liberal Party is just tanking in the polls. Like,
Yeah,
they're
that'll do it.
really not hanging on to power. So if the Liberal Party has any hope in hell of getting any kind of traction in time for the next election, they really need to bring somebody new forward. So
Yeah.
there's kind of talk about that in Canada, that Trudeau's on his way out. They're going to bring someone else new in. Otherwise, they really don't stand a chance. But until I see it happen, it's like, okay, yeah, because everybody knows what an egomaniac, malignant narcissist Fancy Socks is. And I just don't see him like giving up the ball, because, you know, all the kids at the playground, like, no, my ball, you know, and that's his attitude. Everybody knows he's just petulant man-child, and he just doesn't care. No, I'm gonna stay in power because I'm Trudeau. Fuck off. Sorry, pardon my French. Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm not worried about language here. I
All right.
think I do swear sometimes. I'm not sure. I never really check myself.
hanging out with too many truckers here, I guess, because.
Yeah, yep,
But
yeah.
that, yeah, the
How
most.
many is at your camp at the moment?
There's just a small handful. The first couple of weekends that we were here, yeah, we had the first couple of days we had probably had like about 300 people here, and now we're down to like a very. I don't know if you could hear that, but the truckers driving by, they
Yep,
they like to
I can
honk a
hear
lot.
that.
So okay, so if you can hear, that's like just an extra special treat for you guys. But yeah, no, it's just a small group because people have to work to survive. So as long as we have this
Mm.
camp here and we don't leave, the people that can stay, like myself, we are staying, and other people will go. They got to work. They've got families. They'll show up for a few hours and show their support. They'll show up for the weekend. Some people have just parked their campers here, and then they've got their vehicle. They go into town, come back, and then at least their camper is here, so they
Yeah,
have a place to stay. But yeah, no, we're down to a small crew, but oh, it's been an interesting 60 days. And
they got
if
their vacation holiday home there.
yeah, it's highway camping. It's very glamorous, very, very glamorous. There's a ditch that's filled with mud between us and Highway 1. We built a little bridge with wood pallets so we can get across, because we like to take our flags. That's my flag that I take out and I hold it. By the highway, you get extra honking, you get extra support. We still get middle fingers, people, flipping us the bird, but I just feel sorry for them, because it must be really hard to just keep taking it and taking it and taking it and taking it
Yeah,
and
wouldn't it
taking it.
be?
And you'd be so angry at anyone like myself, or like, the group here. Like, we're standing up against, that kind of corruption, that kind of tyranny. It's obvious money laundering. Because I don't
Yeah, I tell
understand,
you.
increasing 23% taxes on Canadians, how that's going to save our, environment. It's such an obvious, alleged money laundering scheme. But no, it's
Definitely, it's a complete scam for sure.
100%.
For
100%.
sure, for sure, for sure. I mean, a lot of people that have, yeah. It was like when that thing that starts with a C and has an O and a V and an I and a D, and it started, and I was walking around Ho Chi Minh, in Vietnam, and everybody was wearing a mask, and they were like closing everything down, and I was like walking around, and I was like, that's a total scam, man. No way.
Which
No
they're
way.
admitting,
Absolutely no way. This is for real.
which of course they're admitting now.
Yeah.
2 years later.
That's the beautiful part about it now, is that yeah, people like yourself and I were quite vindicated now. But of course, people are sore losers at the end of the day. They're feeling a bit sensitive about the topic.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah, for me, like, just to give you a quick story of how I even ended up here. So it was well, I guess it's 3 months ago now. Because you and we both, you've asked me to come on and help you admin the NZ Freedom Convoy 2022,
Right.
the Facebook page. And so I've gained a couple of years of admin experience, and
Yes.
I enjoy it, because even when you're not at a protest, it's something you can do to help, the freedom groups, and all the groups that are like standing up for something. So the nationwide protest against the carbon tax Facebook group popped up. There's like 3,000 members on it. And I thought to myself, like, oh, carbon tax protest, that's something that affects everybody. So, I mean, what I've been thinking and saying is, like, everybody's flags just went up in price. It doesn't matter if it's like the LGBTQ flag, doesn't matter if it's the Palestinian flag, everybody's flags just went up in price. So I'm like, okay, well, the carbon tax is something that affects everybody. Everybody's going to be hurting. So I offered my services to admin that page, and they said, yeah, sure. So they brought me on, and they brought on a few more people, and we tried to get a few in every province. So we've got a really good group, like the team leaders. So, and then picked locations. We were trying to do like interprovincial borders so that people from, we all wanted to kind of meet on borders. So we're close to the British Columbia border. We're not technically on it because it's a national park, and so like the laws are completely different. Right now we're on public land, so we're good to go. But yeah, so for 3 weeks it was just like promoting it, promoting it, promoting it. Yeah, that's the page right there. So when I joined, it was only at 3,000 members, and within 3 weeks, it grew to, well, last time I looked, it was like 160 some thousand members. So it was full time because
Yeah.
people just want to post everything, and we're trying to keep it incredibly focused because we were on a schedule. April 1st, it was rolling out. We all wanted to be at our locations on the 31st. So we just had to volunteer. We had the map. And so like Tanya went down to the her location. I came to this location. Miranda's in Lloydminster. Tanner and Dallin, they're at the Manitoba border. And then a few of the other ones like Sam and Dottie, and they ended up at the New Brunswick. Ontario was really hard to organize because they kind of do their, the freedom thing on their own.
Yeah.
Like especially in Ottawa, they kind of do their own thing, the Wellington Street Regulars. So so yeah, that's I picked this location because I had driven through here the year before. So there's a Petropass, has got an A&W restaurant. And I remember eating there, so I'm like, okay, I'll pick that one. About a 3-hour drive from where I am living. Well, technically I'm living here now, but so we ended up at our locations, and then it was boots on the ground, and yeah, just trying to keep everybody focused because there is so much wrong with Canada right now. There is so much that we're going through. There's censorship bills being passed. Thank God the WHO treaty kind of got shot down because that was something that everybody was stressed out about.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. That
Yeah.
that and the Bugman. Now that was a surprise. I was really surprised that the Bugman lost his job.
The who?
Really, really surprised. The Bugman.
Oh, the Bugman. Ah, yes.
The Bugman.
Yeah.
Yes.
We will own nothing and be happy.
Yes.
That guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
He simply lost his job, which is a pity.
Dr. Evil.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure what's going on with that. I mean, how did that? I mean, I thought he was going to go all the way and become the new, the new kingpin, But looks like he's decided that he's going to go in a different direction. Perhaps he's going to become a nursery school teacher. I'm not sure what his future holds for him.
Maybe he's gonna build a sub and go see Titanic.
What does a complete lunatic like that do in their free time? What are you gonna do? What's the next plan?
You've seen that picture of him at the beach. I hope not, but you have, right?
Yeah.
Wearing that little.
I'm not sure if that's a legitimate picture, but it is funny.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but it is pretty happy. That's a pretty happy day when stuff like that gets made. Perhaps probably by AI or, well, before the days of AI, we could still do it, but it just took a lot longer.
Yeah. So yeah, just doing the admin thing and working on it was really hard to keep people focused because, like I said, there is so much wrong with Canada right now, and they all wanted, well, that we should protest this, we should protest that, and we need to focus on this. And it was like, no, we have to focus on the carbon tax right now because it is something that, the public that aren't part of the freedom thing, that's something, and it's actually worked. Can you hang on 1 second? I gotta mute this.
Sure. All right. So while she's doing that, let's take a look at this. There's Trudeau. Well, we know where this picture came from, and this young lass there. So yeah, they are going through a hell of a time in Canada, to be honest. And I'm really surprised that this guy's really got this far with it. one of the hardest hit countries that I've seen. And they keep just being relentless on it. They won't back down. They won't back down. Something's got to give. Something seriously has to give.
Oh, and then that's another thing. Just being out here, the weather modification is in full effect. So I was talking about snow and hail, and then a nice sunny day, and then you see the plains, and then the next day you get like cloud, and then the next day you get rain, and then you get snow, and then you get a nice day, and then the trails are up again, and it's been relentless, and I don't know what they're spraying, but a lot of people are feeling it. Like I've had a cold for like 3 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody's getting sick. Everybody's kind of cranky. I know that it's because the hardships. How can it not be? But it's just very curious. As soon as we have a nice day, they're in the sky, and they're literally, it's like they're following Highway 1 because it's a straight line right over our camp. Couple hours later, oh, you get another one in a perfect line. You can basically look up. It's right above our heads, and it's just, a year ago I wouldn't have believed it, but now, I mean, it's pretty undeniable that, because within 20 minutes, you get a certain kind of misty cloud cover, very kind of, light, and then
Yes. Yes.
So they're throwing everything.
I saw a lot of it when I was living in Jiangsu province, which is near Nanjing in China. And I guess it was around 2012, 2013, I really just started noticing it.
Mhm.
And it was like, tic-tac-toe. Like there were like grids, like a hardcore grid. Yeah, like super. And the days were just miserable. And people would say, "Oh, it's the pollution." That's not. Well, it is pollution, but it's those damn airplanes going back and forth all day, like in order, literally forming a grid.
Yeah.
Like it's really extreme what they were doing in China. And I was living in the area for. Well, I lived in that one area for a good 7 years. Although I spent probably 6 months out of that area when I opened a center for our company, and then moved back to open another one in a nearby town. But still, phew, man, I tell you, and yeah, and the snow, they create snow in China, and they've actually admitted that they have at one stage when they're preparing, I think, for Beijing, somewhere around that time, around 2012. Perhaps it was after Beijing, actually, because yeah, it was probably after Beijing. But they had actually admitted in their own media that they had over cloud seeded, they had over weather modified, and it caused billions of dollars of damage in Beijing with heavy snowfall. So, well, they're doing it, but at least they kind of admit it. I mean, you got to kind of give it to them for that one. They're not hiding behind a facade of yo, it's global warming.
I
No,
know,
it's
right?
us.
Well, and now because it's finally spring. Now, of course, it's wildfire season,
Uh-huh.
and so there's like mysterious fires popping up. Yet people are getting arrested for arson, but it's also climate change. So I don't know if climate change like put this person in an armbar, and climate change like made them go out into the forest and start a fire. That climate change is such a bully, making people start fires. Therefore it's all justified. This carbon tax. Because taxing people is going to save the planet. And it's just yeah. Of course, the media doesn't talk about that very much because, of course, the media is like paid for by the Liberal Party. So
Yeah,
um,
for sure.
yeah,
Comments.
there's
Just going to show a comment here.
yeah.
Willie Ross Thomden, thank you for joining us, mate. He's
Thank you.
viewing. While we've been chatting, I've been slowly but surely just dropping a link in all of our groups. We have over 20 groups, so thousands. And as I go along, as I plod along between conversations, I'll drop, because we have so many. I'll just drop them off one by one. It's going to be a long day for me, anyway. It's going to be a long day. We start in about 30 minutes. We start in New Zealand, and that's going from 10 a.m. all the way until 3:30 p.m. New Zealand time. So that's going to be a good 5.5, 6 hour hump all day, every day across 3 locations. So it's kind of very similar to what happened in the We Are Ready thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So 60 years and 60 days, as they're very, they're both related. They're closely related because, of course, the lack of the refinery operation has also created a lot of problems with the price of gas in New Zealand as well. So I don't know how these people put up with it. I mean, I'm living here in Vietnam, and when the companies, when they did launch a corporate attack on the oil supply, the government stepped in and gave them a slap on the head and started arresting these corporate heads and said, "Pump that gas." It's just like, what? Well, now, I'm pretty sure we do have alternate universes now. I'm pretty sure. Like, this is probably like the Mandela effect or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you and I are probably, well, we are talking for a portal, aren't we? Really?
Yeah.
So, but if you left your portal and came over to my portal, you could put as much petrol as you want for as cheap as you want in your little scooter, and you could ride around but avoid all the truckies because they do occasionally hit people.
So I made some notes here. So in October 2019 in Canada, fuel was $20 a ton. And then it went up to, in the next couple of years from 2019 to basically earlier this year before the carbon tax, it had gone from 20,000 a ton to $65 a ton. So now that they on April 1st, it got jacked up to $80 a ton. So $20 a ton in 2019. 2024 is $80 a ton. And they're going to increase it by $15 every single year till the 2030, rolls around, in which case it'll be at $170 a ton. So that's not a lot of years for such a big drastic change. So that's people,
No,
especially
and that's
they're
the
feeling
big
it.
problem because it's so fast. Like it's let me get back here. Let me get my face back in the picture here. It's so fast. I'm not a left or a righter or whatever. I'm not a Trumper. I'm not a Biden. I'm whatever. I'm a human. But the mainstream media have been stalking Trump at his rallies. He went to the Bronx, in New York, and they were trying to get some people to slander him at their talking heads interviews, man on the street sort of thing. And all these people at the Bronx were like, it's so fast how when under Trump they had prosperity and world peace and all that kind of stuff, and just like literally in 3.5 years, like the whole thing has gone to hell, and they had to admit on CNN that this roving reporter had to admit that it's everywhere she goes, every rally she goes, every time she talks to people at a rally who are traditionally like Democrat, that's how bad it is. Like people are really, really feeling it,
Yeah.
So I don't understand how this guy Trudeau has been able to stay on top this long. But maybe he's been replaced with a clone at some point.
Right. Well, that's the theory too. There's some people with photos of him at different rallies, and his ear is different, or his chin is slightly different. I don't know. For me, it's just same shit, different pile. But no, I don't understand. Well, the way he stays in is because he he started all the attacks on families, when it comes to the his Pride Month, and he just nurtures the rainbow mafia. He nurtures them, and so they feel empowered. So they go and they cause a lot of drama, a lot of havoc. They don't care about parents, how they feel about Soji, and doing like a story time hour with basically cross dressers. So Yeah, no, he has us all distracted and fighting each other.
Mm.
And then he's like sneaking in bills in the middle of the night. The new censorship bill. I mean, we had Bill C11 pass, and that really affected everybody on YouTube. It affected a lot of the. Basically, we can't share news content in Canada. It just won't let us. Any of the Meta platforms, you cannot. You can't share it. So even if I see something, if I'm in one of the New Zealand groups and I'm reading it, I get this little disclaimer that says content cannot be viewed in Canada because due to legislation. So we can't see news on Facebook or Instagram. We can't share it. So there was that censorship. But now it's Bill C-63. And this one is the one that Dr. Jordan Peterson is like really, really on fire about because they call it the online harms bill. So they're selling it as, well, we want to protect kids from like predators online. So, but there's a whole part in there that talks about hate speech. And so that's where Dr. Peterson's like, well, who says what's hateful? Who defines hate? So that is, they're pushing that through. So Bill 63 is due to go in which case, like, you can get thrown in jail for life, or I believe it's like $60,000 fine for a fuck Trudeau meme, because that's considered hateful. So
wow, you made it all the way to 1984. You literally made it all the way. Yeah. You made it all the way right to the very dystopia that you were talking about. Yeah. You got to claw your way out of that.
Yeah, groupthink and you know all that. It's so yeah, that's about to get passed. So it's going to be really curious because anybody who says anything against Trudeau and his regime, that is going to be considered hate speech, and you can get thrown in jail for life for it. Oh, so in the words of George Orwell, he said, "Don't let it happen." That's what we're trying to do. That's why it's like everybody protest while you still can, because pretty soon we're not going to be able to even afford to go to locations to protest. Forget convoying, because we're not going to be able to afford to convoy. So like right now,
you won't have any gas to do that. Yeah,
it's beyond frustrating, and we're just like this. It feels like there's nothing we can do about it except like keep showing up, just keep trying, keep voicing your opinion. Like, enjoy your freedom while it lasts, Canadians, because yeah, the people that are asleep, they're gonna wake up and they're like, whoa, when did Canada become communist? Well, you were asleep for the last like decade, you know, basically. And when Trudeau came in, it just all, was it 9 years ago? It all just started going downhill. But people just didn't notice. You know, and they are slowly waking up now, but it might be too late pretty soon. So we're all going to get pushed into 15-minute cities. Any older vehicle past a certain age is going to be illegal on the road. So my Jeep, the one I drove to Ottawa and back in, yeah, it won't be allowed on the road. And how could I even afford the gas to fuel her? So it's pretty dire here, but the thing that I'm sure that another reason why they're kind of trying to push us apart is because what I've experienced here in 60 days is nothing short of like a miraculous community coming together. So people showed up. One person started putting up a kitchen tent. 8 people showed up to like help put it up. And then donations after donation, people started rolling in with tons of food. Do you need firewood? We've got all the firewood we need donated, because it still gets pretty cold at night. Yeah, food, utility, like somebody dropped off a freezer and a fridge. Somebody brought a generator. Like all of our needs are being filled. And so, yeah, just to see it all come together. And then of course, like when you're in the community, you get certain personalities that kind of clash, and it's
oh yeah,
it's been
saw that a lot. And yeah, saw that a lot in Wellington for sure.
Yeah, quite a social experiment. You know, just to, yeah. So I'm calling it like practice for the apocalypse, because you know we're gonna have to rely on each other, and I think that's you know, the whole scamdemic, you know, was about dividing us and keeping us apart. Because once you start to love and trust your neighbor, then there's a unit right there that the government can't control. So yeah,
That's the beauty of it. Actually, that's the beauty of it. But they can send their bully boys out there with their batons and their spray cans.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's their. And it's amazing that we actually put up with it. To be honest, I mean, if the neighbor came over and started beating on me and spraying on me, I mean, I'd want some justice. Put these guys in a uniform and suddenly they've got the power to do it. And they get away with it because they're part of the government.
Yeah, the government.
Just amazing government. And like I'm here in Vietnam, which is actually a communist country of all places. And I was in China. China's still very although we used to make a joke when I was living in China. It would be like, well, nice party, meaning the CCP, but we used to say it was more like a party, like a shindig, because they were constantly on the booze, partying, karaoke, making business deals, and there was not an ounce of communism in it, with these factories and all those kind of business bigwigs that we used to hang out with, because I was, working with older adult people, and they all had factories, so it was like great party, but where's the communism? Now since COVID kicked in, it's sort of gone back, it stepped back, and now it's having big problems. So you were saying that like the youth were losing faith and just giving up, and this is what's been happening in China. They call it lie flat, and then they don't want to push because there's no point, because there's nothing in it. Why work hard when there's no reward for it? Yeah, may as well just stay home on minimum wage, kick the can, and play video games, play online games.
Yeah, keep all your anger for online trolling and just being angry. But it's just it's been really eye-opening. But it is encouraging because we're still getting a lot of people pulling in. We have a petition that's going to be presented in the House of Commons to end the carbon tax. So I don't know, a lot of people don't have a lot of faith in petitions. So, but we're just trying, because that's all you can do. All you can do is just keep supporting, keep trying, keep showing up. Don't take it lying down, please. Just don't take it lying down. Because it's at the end of the day, when you're on your deathbed and you're looking back at, you're with all those regrets. Like I'm going to be, when I'm an old lady and my hair is properly silver. I mean, I'm working on it, but just knowing that I cared enough to do something and not just take it, it's it's I'll be able to like die with a bit of dignity, because
absolutely, it's the best way to go, to be honest. At least you gave it your all. You didn't bury your head in the sand, and you didn't try, and you didn't, at the end of the day, our souls carry on anyway without us, without these meat suits that we hang out in. And who knows what's beyond? But I always believe that this is kind of a training ground for whatever's coming next. And you may as well live like there's no tomorrow, basically, at the end of the day, and go for all. And don't let them tell you what to do. You know what's right in your own heart and your own mind. Don't let them tell you what to do. Just do it. Just do it. Give them the old,
Yeah. Well, one of the team leaders from the other locations, because we're in a group chat, we keep chatting with each other. We keep on, in contact for sure. It's a really, really great group of people that organized this whole carbon tax protest. And one guy said it so well. He said, people are hungry right now, but they're not at the point of losing weight yet. And it's when they start to lose weight that they're going to finally feel like, well, now I got to do something. But we're not at that point. They're just feeling the hunger, but nobody's starving. No one's losing weight yet. So
it's really horrendous, isn't it?
That it should have to come to that, 100%. Everyone's just, a lot of people still oblivious, but like I said, we're still getting a lot of support, a lot of honking, you know, especially from the truck drivers, They, all hours of the night, you know, you fall asleep to the sound of a truck going by, meow, and then you wake up to the sound of like beep 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 beep, and it's like all through the night, and it's wonderful. I mean, I acquired a bit of a taste for that sound because of the Freedom Convoy, of course. So for me, it's just like, yeah. So you get out there and we all try to wave whoever honks, you know, to kind of let them know we're still there. We're not going anywhere, and, you know, sending out love and thank you for your support, even if it's just honking. But
and coming from a trucker family, you love that sound as well.
Yeah, my dad was a trucker. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of your bro, has he come out at all during this event?
No, he hasn't. Well, it's like I said, it's a 3-hour drive from where I was living.
Okay.
So for him to fuel up Betsy and, you know, bring her up here, it's like, I don't know if
long way
I
to go.
definitely know he can't afford it, and I don't think his company would pay for the fuel, because then of course it's like a 3-hour drive back, and it's for, it would be nice though if he rolled in. But there have been truckers from Ottawa that are back at work. So there's one in particular, Yuri. He was we called him the Lion of Sussex, because that's where he parked his rig. He's been through here like 5 times because this is his route. So he's from I believe the Czech Republic. So he's kind of lived through a lot of the stuff that we're going through now, but he'll just pull in and be like, "Hey, Judy, how's it going? I'm glad you're here." Oh, sorry, I know I said Judy because that's my real name. Anyway, you're like, "Yeah, so glad you're here. Yeah, keep holding the line. You know, Canada, we gotta wake him up. We gotta wake him up." It's like, yes, we do, Yuri. But he's got his big rig, and it still says like Freedom Convoy 2022 on the side of it with like Canadian flags and stuff. So no, it's
I think I've seen an interview with Yuri.
No, you're thinking Saba. That's Saba.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Saba is from Romania, and he's the one that got beat up by the cops at the end of the Freedom Convoy. He ended up with 4 broken ribs and stuff, and yeah, he was on Tucker Carlson. He drives a red truck named Caesar. So they're all personal friends of mine, because, you know, that's what I do. I just like give my heart to all the Canadians that like do the same thing that we do, and, you know, just try to be encouraging for everyone. And yeah, the reason why I'm wearing gloves is because I've got like sunburnt hands. And then
is that the reason why? Because I was kind of wondering about
yeah, I know it's
that, but it makes a lot of sense.
The wind and the sun on my hands is just, I mean, my hands already, I've started to look like a 60-year-old's, you know, very, very dry, very wrinkled. And so, like, I mean, you can see my face. I mean, I'm not a vain person. I'm more than happy, but if I can adjust to it. But yeah, my arms are completely white, but like my hands are brown, my face is brown, my throat is brown. Everything else is like hasn't seen the light of day. It only just like we had snow here like 2 weekends ago. That was depressing because it was starting to get nice and the grass started blooming, or I mean growing. So, and the like dandelions, and woke up in the morning, opened up the camper door, had like that much snow, and I was like, all right, get the shovel, adapt and overcome, we got this. Thanks, Alberta, for your crazy weather, because apparently that's just an Alberta thing. You know, just, what is it? If it's snowing, wait 10 minutes, you know, the weather will change. And it's very true, especially where I'm at, right in the foothills of the Rockies.
Wait for an airplane to come over.
Yeah, right. Oh.
Yeah. I saw a list. I was reading a list. I was reading a geopolitical report, and I saw some interesting things about some people who are on a list of because there's two geopolitical groups fighting each other at the moment, you know, in the world, as we know. And so it's one side and the other. And I saw a list come out, and there was a bit of money involved in that list for service due
Hmm.
and services rendered, they get a bit of dosh around about 750 million, worth of like 10 tons of gold or something like that. They're paying gold and services due, and Mr. Fancy Socks was on the list.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, that's another
interesting.
thing. So April 1st, when all Canadians got the 23% tax increase, every single member of parliament got a nice big raise to pay for their credit. Yeah. So right now, as of now, our crime minister is the highest paid politician in the world. Isn't that marvelous? Just think of all the fancy socks that SOB can buy with that nice hefty, I think it was like over $10,000 raise. So when Canadians all got dinged with a 23% tax increase, they all got raises, and that includes Pierre Poilievre, that includes like Jagmeet Singh, that includes every single last mofo in the House of Commons got a raise. And that's why a lot of people are actually losing faith in the whole government thing, because we haven't had a politician really reach out to us. They're not talking about it anymore. First couple of weeks, we had like quite a lot of media out here wanted to talk. I did probably like 14 interviews in 2 weeks, and they were all really good because, well, there were a couple of stinkers, but that's pretty. When it's the government propaganda machine, it's bound to happen that you're going to get a couple of like crappy articles, but most of them are really good because they don't like the carbon tax either. And as for like the police, they've the first couple of weeks there was a lot of police presence. We even had a trailer parked up at the truck stop with a 24-hour live stream camera pointed at us, so they were definitely keeping an eye on us.
Wow.
And I was the liaison, so that was
Talk
my
about
job.
paranoid. That's paranoid.
Oh man. Oh, there was one guy here at the
Yeah.
camp saying, they're blocking our signals. We need to go and deal with it. We need to like take it down. I'm like, are you kidding me? They're going to be on us so fast if you like even touch a little bit of their equipment. I was told, a lot of us were told by the police liaisons, it's a 24-hour feed. I had no issues with my internet, but there was this one guy who was like very, very high strung, and he was like Chicken Little. Anytime anything happened, it was like, the sky is falling. And anyway, how many days have I been protesting? Today is day 60 on Highway
Thanks, Jeff.
1 at a it's a truck scale. They pull in to weigh their loads and like readjust their axles. I'm learning a lot about trucking, and how they work. But day 60. Yeah, so I've spent one night away because it really does wear you down after a while. So because they look to me for leadership because I'm the admin from the Facebook group that came here. So for me, it was like, get everybody organized. I'm always like trying to get lists of things we need. I was the police liaison, so that was very stressful because like I'm a goody two shoes. I've never been arrested in my life, but so like I got here the night before on March 31st, pulled in here, and then by 7:15 I had a text from the police liaison saying, hey, do you want to meet? So walked up to the truck stop and just like dove in. So there was a lot of good collaboration. They were incredibly nice. We haven't had a lot of like bad experiences with them except for day 2. So the first day we thought that we'd make a good impact. So we had quite a lot of people. I think about 350 people showed up here. So we wanted to kind of wake up the public and let it, big, come out like guns blazing kind of thing. Not literally, sorry, metaphorically speaking. So we brought out a whole bunch of pylons, and Highway 1 is the Trans-Canada Highway. So it goes across Canada. So it's quite a busy highway. So we brought a whole bunch of pylons out, and we took the slow lane, or the right lane. So we put out the pylons, and we all went out on the road, and we slowed down traffic for hours and hours. And a lot of people were upset, and the police were upset. They didn't want us on the road for safety issues. But so that's what we did. And we were out there until like the evening time, and then we grabbed all the pylons, came back, and had dinner. But so the next day, I got a message from the police liaison saying like, hey, you want to come up and meet? So it's just a small service road. I go up to the service road to the petrol pass, the truck stop, and they are there, and they're like, so are you guys going to take the lane again today? And we're like, I don't know. We're still talking about breakfast. They're like, okay, all right, just let us know when you know. So I walked back down to the camp, and we had breakfast, and then we like, do you want to take that lane? I don't know. No, let's leave it. Let's keep them guessing. So we're like, okay, yeah, we're not going to go out on the highway. We're just going to stay where we are and just wave our flags and wave our arms and hands, and just keep it, civil and not piss off the public, not piss off the police. And then I got a message from the liaison saying, hey, you guys have company. So I look up the service road, and it was a whole other group of RCMP. There was like 70 of them. And they're all marching down, literally going left, right, left, left, right, left in 2 lines. They came down, and they basically stood in the ditch in a big line to prevent us from going out on the highway. But the funny thing is that they parked a police cruiser just down the road. And so they blocked the lane that we had just decided we're not going to block. They blocked the lane. And then they stood in front of us, all like flexing, And it was pretty tense. So then, of course, the call goes out on social media. Everybody get to Cochrane, because this is the Cochrane location. Everybody get to Cochrane. So all of a sudden, like within an hour, boom, our numbers had tripled. They blocked the lane. So the public was upset because now it was single lane again. And it looked really bad because we were just standing there with flags, and these angry RCMP are like facing us, and they got like their big, noise canceling, because of course they don't want to hear what we have to say, and they're just standing literally, because there was mud in the ditch, literally standing in mud, facing us, slowing down traffic. And that day we had like, everybody was honking for us because it looked really bad. We weren't doing anything. So I messaged the liaison. I'm like, we weren't even going to take the lane today. He said, oh, that would have been really useful an hour ago. But apparently they had gone above and beyond, like whoever's in charge had gone above and beyond the liaisons, and just brought in all the RCMP that showed up. They were on call. So they were from all over the place, and they all just showed up in their, their uniforms. There was like a military, like a guy from the army, a medic. He was here. And then of course the cameras, the media showed up, and, so, and then the live streamers were just going, and they looked like a bunch of a-holes. And it looked really bad, and they didn't like it. And we were just like, well, we're just going to hold the line up here. We said the Lord's Prayer. We sang "O Canada." A few of us were like trying to talk to them. They're just like, how they, like in Wellington, like during the like for the Freedom Village, just completely like stone-faced. And they didn't care. It's like, yeah, we're all Canadians. You guys are hurting under the carbon tax too. Like, why don't we have a conversation? Like, why don't we just do this the old way, with the conversation? And so eventually they all filed back out because it just looked really bad. They got the command to like, all right, it's time to retreat because we're not doing any good here anymore. We're getting a lot of complaints about people saying, why are you bullying the protesters? They're not doing anything. And as they were leaving, somebody with a speaker was following them. And I know they played the Imperial March from Star Wars. And then they also played a German Nazi song. So as they were marching, it was like, dun, 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 all German. And that video kind of went viral too. So oh, your Vamera has stopped. Okay, well, I'll just so anyway, that was day 2, and then day 3, there was just always constantly a police presence kind of up the road. I'm driving down and just kind of seeing what the news was and how things were going here. We did a couple of slow rolls. There were a few bored people who you did a couple of shenanigans going on that I had to like mediate, but that's I can hear you now, Jason, at least. But no, it's been and that was day 2. So that was 58 days ago that the police came out. 58 days today. Ooh. I'm just gobsmacked, honestly.
Good job. Good job. Thanks for covering. I don't know what happened. I thought my phone was actually out of power, but it's actually not out of power. It's still half full. I think it just kind of timed out, and it just wouldn't let me open for a minute. Yeah, timed out. So I'll just mute her for just a moment and let her go off and do that. We're coming up to 10 o'clock. Any time now, we should start receiving. We should start receiving guests from the Marsden event. So in the meantime, I think what we'll do for now is we'll switch over. If you want to stay around for a little bit, you're quite welcome to. Looks like I've got plenty of power for my phone. I thought it was a phone problem, but it's not.
You got to unpin the comment there too.
Yeah, I'll put there you go. So I think
Not that
what we'll do is let's get started. There's some people here. 9 people. So we're going to go over the schedule now. So we're in hour 2. So this is the beginning of the Marsden event. So thank you everybody for commenting. Wanda, yeah, thank you. Wanda, it's a shit show every time. Yeah, well, depending on where you live, it's always a shit show, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, this whole planet's become a shit show, buddy. So yeah, no surprises there. Okay, so I'm just going to get this open and we'll just go through this, and I'm just going to share the screen for us. Make sure that opens first. So today is the 60th anniversary of the carbon tax protest against the carbon tax, and it's also year 60 since the establishment of Marsden Point. And let's go over. I'm going to present that, share the screen, and go for the window. And here we are, right here. So let's go take a look at our schedule. And how can I just remove us from there? Just remove this. add you and add you.
So
Yes.
awesome.
I'm going to run a montage that I put together last night. I was hurriedly putting together some videos, so I've got a montage ready to go, and it is a montage of some amazing photographs from Marsden since its inception, and make sure you don't play. I knew you were going to play. Since its inception and how we last saw it, actually. So I'm going to share that with you. And I have to share an entire screen in order to get the audio from that. And make sure that I am muted because I don't want to get the double up here. Just quickly check that. Make sure my audio is muted. Yes, my audio, okay, that's very good. So we don't get any background noise coming off that. And that's ready. Okay, it's ready. And now let's share that and we're away. Okay. Okay, add to stage. Okay, so that is the wrong one. So let's remove that and let's stop the screen share and get the new one going.
Get the
Share the
right
screen.
one.
Yeah, now we got the right one. I clicked on. This is the one we want. The mega collage. All right, this is the mega collage. So this is going to take 8 minutes. So hopefully we'll start to hear from these fine folks out there. And I'm going to remove. Take a look at our schedule and how can I just remove us from there? Just remove that.
Oil. 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 Oil.
Hey, Jason, you're muted.
All right, that was a song simply called Oil. That was the name of the song. Did you notice it?
Oil. Oil. Yeah, I'm
It was
gonna
just
have that in my
oil.
ear for the rest of the day. Thanks a lot, Jason. You
Yep.
created
All right.
your ear. Gonna be hearing it all day now. Oil.
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 Watch the
Oil.
live stream and you'll be able to watch it again.
That's so funny.
Yeah. We got our first guest already arrived here. Wellington has hit us early, so let's bring on Mr. Daniel Rurik. Hello, Mr. Rurik. Are you available?
Oh,
Kia ora.
Sounds like he's not quite available.
Yeah, Jason, just so you know, I can't stay any longer. I just want to
Sure.
pass on my heartiest congratulations to New Zealand 60th birthday of the Marsden Point oil refinery. I hope that you guys, anybody watching, don't forget to like the video and share. And if you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe and ring the notification bell so you know when Jason and I are going to do another little show on State of the Nation. And Rosie Convoy here. Yeah, I've got my own channel, but today is not about me. Today is about you guys in New Zealand. Yeah, if you want to watch, Jason and I will be going on my show, on my channel, Between Two Flags, and we'll be talking some more about kind of what's going on here. The fact that it's day 60 and we have no intention on leaving. So just a little quick tidbit. We Googled Canada's longest protest. It's 78 days. We're at day 60 now. So we're about to make Canadian history. So if they're not going to talk about us or to us, at least, you know, the history books, if they look it up, we're not just going to get to day 78. We're going to smoke them out of the water. Anyway, so that's the update from Canada. Just want to thank you so much, Jason, for bringing me on. Please send me the link for the finished show because I want to watch the rest of it later because you've got a really nice lineup of guests. So, but
No
thank you
problem.
so much.
I have definitely already done that, and it is in your box.
Excellent. But on that note, yeah, I've got to go be team leader here for a bunch of extremists that love Canada. So thanks so much, Jason, for having me on.
Extremist, you.
I know, right?
Yep.
There's a bunch of Canadians who love Canada. Ooh, terrible. How dare you?
How dare you?
That's my Greta.
Thank you very much.
impression. Thank you so much. And everybody who commented, thank you so much for commenting. Yeah, much love from Canada. What can I say? We're all in this together. So keep our spirits up. And if you get tired, make sure you rest. Don't quit. Don't ever quit. Because that's what they want you to do. So anyway, on that note, I'm going to jump out. Do you want to bring the guest? Or I guess I could jump out first and then you can introduce
No
Daniel.
problem.
Say hi to everybody from me too.
No problem.
Tell
I'm not sure if they're ready. I'm not sure if they're ready yet. So I'm just keying up something else, just in case that they're not ready. So,
Okay.
it's all good in the hood.
All right. Much love, Jason. Thank you so much. State of the Nation for having Rosie Convoy on. All the best. And yeah, we've got this. They just don't know it yet.
All right. We got Richie. We got Whangarei there. We got Wellington there. Yeah, looking good.
Okay. Much
All
love
right.
from Canada. You guys
Take care now.
keep on trucking. Don't ever stop.
Thank you. And stay out of trouble out there, standing on the side of the highway and all that wind. I tell you, that is some gumption doing that out there. So let's take a look at, well, I've got these folks here. We got Richie. I'm not sure if Richie's on. We got Whangarei still organizing themselves. So let's bring on Richie. Hello, Richie.
Hey, Chase. Can you hear me all right? Bluetooth's not working.
How are you? I can indeed.
Yeah.
I can indeed hear you. Can you hear?
Sorry, mate, she's a bit loud. I'll put my plugs back in. We're sort of just about 10 minutes behind us, so we're just waiting for Free NZ to set up the cameras and stuff. Filming. We should be good to go. Probably got around good 50 people here at the moment. I'll see if I can change the camera around.
That's awesome. Very good. That's a nice turnout for a celebration.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So we're looking at another 10 minutes. So if that's the case, I've got. Whoop, there you go. We are waiting for one more, and I had a really fancy video up sorted out. So in the meantime, I'm going to throw to this State of the Nation segment that we have done, and it features Danny Ruick, David Trotter from Operation Good Oil, including Levi Wolf. So I'm going to get that lined up for you, and we'll just give those folks a few more minutes to get themselves organized a bit, and then I'll share this out with you. So just getting that sorted out now. There you go. And I'll just switch it over and present that. Because they have commercials now, don't they?
Functions. These studies reference
Danny Ruick and David Trotter. Okay, let's flip over to our gang in charge. There on the left, Levi Wolf. On the right, Danny Ruick. And in the middle, David Trotter. The subject of this evening is what on earth is the government doing with the clean green agenda? And I believe we've got a lot to say about that. So let's start off with David Trotter. Okay, what's your opinion on that, sir?
Hi, good evening, Jason. Well, it's not just actually an opinion, it's a fact. The cream, obviously, new energy deal is hydrocarbons, converting Marsden Point into a hydrocarbon facility. Is it feasible? It's actually not feasible. I have given you guys so much information from Refinery New Zealand, from a report by, no, just wait a minute, grab the report. Hang on. There you go, got it here. Hale and Toomey, Refining NZ Impact of Conversion to Fuels Terminal. And that was a report given to MB, Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. I went through it all, underlined it, gave everyone the highlights of it. And is it, well, let's not get clean and green. I'm going to give you a little bit of word on this one in a wee second. Is it feasible? No, it's not. The report in there was slammed by Radio New Zealand, and there was two reports, one that was never given to me, even though I looked for it. Okay, I will look for this one, but this one I got absolutely slammed what a refining and channel infrastructure we're about to do. So just wait a wee second. If you look into the report, the terminals, the tankers, the amount of fuel that we will need every week is unbelievable. We will need 176 tankers a year to stock up our fuel. And then we haven't got the storage facilities to store any fuel here. Also, we need 90 days supply as from IEA, right? We're authorized to actually store 90 days because of emergency fuels for like Army, Navy, fire brigades, ambulances, and the rest of it. And we haven't got that facility. So what they did, and what they did bring out in New Zealand was, guess this, we can count the tankers that are coming into New Zealand as fuel storage. really? And what was brought out by when you went to New Zealand was, well, what happens if the tankers don't get here? Yeah, we're screwed. So there isn't the amount of storage here. There isn't there, well, because of war in Ukraine and Germany and the rest of the world. Sorry, I didn't mention Germany. Sorry, that was my mistake. That we could be actually screwed by getting out of fuel supplies from here. So
Yeah, I think it's very dangerous what they're doing. Absolutely dangerous. It's a pipe dream. You can't rely on foreign fuel in a time like this. It's ridiculous, and it's deplorable. They are the deplorables, and they're doing it on purpose.
They were doing. The New Zealand government did that, and the report that was given to MB, Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, was totally like spot on. Like, you can't do this. Like, this is crazy. MB put it to the government took it. They took down Marsden Point, which was totally crazy. And the worst was they're going to move into hydrocarbons. Okay, wait a minute. You've got a problem there. This facility used to refine oil. So now you're going to put petrol through it. Sorry, you can't, because the residue, remember, you're going to put oil through pipes. You want to put petrol through there. You've got a problem. Do not put petrol in the oil-fueled residue pipes. Why? Because you're going to get an explosion. Sorry for saying that. Right. You're going to get an explosion. You do not put diesel and petrol in the oil-fueled refined bitumen sulfur tanks. Why? Because you're going to cause a problem. Right, and they know that. Now they know that. I'm no technical guy, but I taught automotive engineering at Nine College. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to fuels. Okay, do not mix that with that. Why? Because you're going to blow things up. Hey, simple. Hey, do not mix petrol with fire, because it blows up.
Yes.
So that's the problem that you've got. So Marsden Point right now is a petrol bomb if you put anything in there. So what you got to do? You got to take it apart. You got to refine it, making the hydrocarbons. Hang on, wait a minute. Hydro, what? Carbon? And it's like I thought, what the hell are you guys doing? The plant is still going to be there. I don't know what. Look, I'm still trying to look through the documents that I'm doing. I'm trying this every day. I've got so much documents, but look, I can't suss this one out right now. Okay, I've got too much data. I'm trying really hard, but look, as you know, I'll give you when I get it. It's not look good.
Levi, what do you know about that? Like putting the toxic stuff together and potentially creating explosions.
Oh, I mean, it's it's basic 101, isn't it? Like lab or chemical, lab or chemical etiquette or protocols is that you don't mix, your containers. You don't mix your beakers, without first either thoroughly cleaning them, and then there's some that you just don't do. So I'll definitely defer to David's expertise on that. But in terms of why would they do this? Why would they put us into this situation? Well, I think it's fairly simple, and that's that they're gonna have their green revolution. The 2030 zero carbon come hell or high water. So they've done this in the face of the best technical advice. They've done this in the face of the best expert logistical advice. They've done this in the face of logic. So the only conclusion that you can draw is that they want to have their electric revolution. So it's see later oil. They don't care. They really do not care what position or situation that they're going to put this country in. They don't care about the national security of this country. They want everybody out of their cars by 2030, and they're just taking on the on the viewpoint that if we run out of fuel, well, so what? Get on a bus, on an electric bus.
You know, it's way too sudden. It's way too sudden. It's a shock. It's a shock. I'm kind of wondering, Daniel, you might be able to weigh in on this. I'm kind of wondering, are they poking a bear here? I mean, really, people are not going to put up with this.
I think they certainly are poking a bear. They've created a rod for the back of the whole nation. You know, everybody's going to suffer. It doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you are. You know, you're not going to be able to get the stuff that you want if we have a fuel shortage. You know, you're not going to be able to feed your family, you know, unless you happen to be very, very good and have a decent garden and access to fresh meat from hunting or whatever. And even then, sort of, you know, you'll be limited in terms of how far you can go hunting. You know, there's just so many things that just don't make sense. You know, as far as the electric vehicle fleet, totally unworkable, totally unsustainable. You know, we're already sort of pretty much maxing out our capacity at the moment in winter, as it is with air conditioners and everything in homes, because most homes don't have a fireplace anymore. And, you know, the consequence of that is that, you know, sort of, you know, how are we going to cope when, you know, they add another 2 to 3 million EVs to the, you know, that all need to be charged up every night. You know, it doesn't stack up. The numbers don't stack up. And, you know, I can't believe that our government officials, our bureaucrats that have been working on these problems for years and years, are blind enough to say it'll be good, she'll be right, we'll get through it, doesn't matter. You know, it just doesn't stack up. You know, so either the government has pushed stuff through regardless, or they are actually planning for some great population collapse. You know, which, well, given the current situation with COVID and the vaccines or so-called vaccines, that are branded with COVID-19, everything seems to be branded with COVID-19. You know, is that part of the plan? You know, to actually crash the population and then be able to push their agenda. You know, but I think so.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly it. Not just New Zealand, around the world.
Well, can I just weigh in there? I'm going to stay out of the realms of conspiracy to commit mass murder through democide. As attractive as that postulation is, I'm going to stick to the surface. To the surface value of what's going on here, and they are wanting to meet their obligations under this Paris Accord, which is carbon zero by 2050, isn't it? They want to be utterly carbon zero by 2050. So we've got this 2030 target coming up. They've already announced that there'll be no cars will be imported. No petrol, diesel vehicles will be imported from 2030. We're only talking 8 years away here. You know, they are so far behind the 8 ball when it comes to actually making this a reality, that a lot of this is just pontificating and virtue signaling from a bunch of incompetents who do not have the capability or the ability to pull this off. So they've just shut the refinery down and gone, hey, look at us, we're going to meet our 2030 obligations, but we don't know what we're doing next. But let's get on to this next report, which comes out from the government. Now, give me one quick second here. I'll just pull this report up. Where are you?
while you're having your one quick second, yeah, I mean, it's a civilizational collapse potential scenario. That's exactly what it is. 8 years to destroy the farming system, destroy the energy system, destroy the educational system, all of it, the whole, and Quebec. And it's dirty. The green energy target is pure filth. Sorry. It's filthy. The damage that they're doing to mine the minerals for this is far more dangerous and far more dirty than actual oil refining.
Absolutely. So the report that I'm referencing is Responsibility Delivering Value, a Minerals and Petroleum Resource Strategy for Aotearoa, New Zealand, 2019 to 2029. This report was released in November of 2019, and it is from New Zealand government. Now, it doesn't specifically state what department on the cover sheets, but here we find the Honourable Dr. Megan Woods. There she is again, Megan Woods. So for those of you who don't know, Megan Woods was the minister who was in charge of the MBIE, who for some reason ended up making the call over the closure of Marsden Point and decided that they didn't want to fund channel infrastructure or give them any kind of a subsidy to remain operating. Now, it's questionable to me why the Ministry of Business, Industry and Environment was involved in making a decision on a critical piece of infrastructure when that should have really laid with the Minister of Infrastructure, but that's a different story. Now, if we go back into this report, we find that they have actually scoped out quite a large amount of lithium and rare earth minerals in New Zealand borders. So here we have a plan for them to, after they've abandoned oil, start mining this stuff in our country. And we're talking strip mining. Now we're talking, huge environmental destruction in the name of clean, green energy.
In the name of a pipe dream. David, don't you agree?
Yeah, it was actually. That was a document I found a couple of days ago, and it's pretty disgusting that they. this is crazy. Right? Okay, just bear with me a second. The Green New Deal. What a. Okay. Let's deal with Marsden Point. Let's change it into a hydrocarbon structure that we can't get together. And I actually looked at, and I didn't tell Levi, and I didn't tell Daniel, I didn't tell any of you this, any of you guys this, okay? I looked at the structure and the management of it, okay? I've got it, okay? It is incredibly insane how they want to do this, and it's not going to work. That's the really bad point. Now, I will share it with you, okay, and you're not going to believe this. This is crazy. So they do actually have a plan to rechange this into hydrocarbon. So I jumped on to government structures and MB and everybody else as I do, and I filled a whole bunch of documents. And it was shock horror. It was like, there's no way you can do this. You can't do this. Why? Because it's physically impossible. It's financially impossible. And if you do this, be looked at as being an insane person. Right, okay. That was what I came up. I'll give you the documents, not today. Once I've looked through the documents and get my clear understanding of what happened and what was proposed to happen, I'll give you the documents, okay? Not today. So,
I've actually seen some of your writings and put a whole lot together last night that I was able to quickly look at, and it sounds that it's quite a complicated mess what they've created.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's an absolute mess. With the report that Toomey and the rest of the guys did, it was an absolute mess. There were two reports. One of them was withheld, and I'm still trying to find out where that came from, and I can't find it. It's an absolute mess what they did, and they know it. The government knows it. Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment know it as well. Channel Infrastructure.
Okay. Here we go. We got Whangarei adding now, so I'm just adding Whangarei, turning that off, and moving that, adding that.
Ben, good event. This is important. So,
It's confidential. People don't like oil and gas anymore. It's good to see the mayor here because oil and gas is a big thing for this district.
and so we'll roll out all these conversations. So Vince Cucurella, our beautiful mayor, he'll be coming out and saying his little spiel on all this. We also have our beautiful Matt, our Matt King. So he's here and he's in South Coast. I phoned him both Vince and Matt, and I said to them, what do you want me to introduce you as? And I just said, here we got two fabulous men. Here we go. So as this unrolls, the other thing too is celebration. The yoo-hoo! 60 years. Why? Okay. So as we roll out, we're going to find out why are we celebrating 60 years of the refinery of Marsden and what's been going on behind the scenes of it, what's been going on. Okay, all righty, I am going to hand it over to Carl. He is going to kick us off.
Well, good morning, all. It's not just the people here in this room today, there's people in Auckland and Wellington. We've got 2 other events happening as well. And from what I understand, this is probably going global. And Kiwis are across the whole globe. We're not just here in New Zealand, Aotearoa. Every part of the world has got a Kiwi there somewhere. Come back, we need you here. What today is about? Today is about 60 years of an oil refinery. Sadly, it closed 2 years ago, and we celebrated that. We're here today to celebrate that this refinery, and our forefathers had the fortitude to build it for us. In the 50s, they were talking about it, and by the 60s, they decided it was critical we had to have this oil refinery for our fuel security. And as it's gone on over the 58 years it was operating, there's been added extras put in there, quite a lot of money spent by the taxpayer. Muldoon's there. Not everybody thinks Muldoon built the oil refinery. So Keith Holyoake, national government, built the oil refinery in '62. Labor's government, I think it was under National, one of those, they were talking about it, but they just didn't really cross the line, and National come along and said, no, we've got to do it. So within 2 years of them starting in '62, by '64 they had an operating oil refinery here. It wasn't huge, but it gave us fuel security. From then on, there's been further developments. There's been a bitumen plant put there. There's been a new hydrocracker at the same time. There's been a pipeline put through to Auckland. We call it the RAT, the Refinery to Auckland pipeline, which got damaged back in 2017 or something. Somebody got a bit close to the digger. They shouldn't have done that. So we've got a pipeline going to Auckland. What's so significant about the pipeline going to Auckland? 40% of New Zealand's fuel is used in Northland and Auckland. That's the reason this refinery was built here to start with. A deep sea port here at Northport, and the close proximity to New Zealand's largest city, Auckland. People talk about, oh, we'll ship it to Taranaki, that's where the oil is. No, leave it here. Got the pipeline, We've got a system where we used to, 2 coastal tankers used to come from here around to New Zealand's other 9 seaports where the tank farms are, which a lot of them used to be owned by Shell, Mobil and BP. What happened was Z Energy became what was Shell when they got out of New Zealand. When Shell got out of New Zealand, our government and Infratel took over and set up Z Energy. I'll tell you about that later on. That's not what we're here for at this stage earlier on, but later on I'll talk to you about what happened there. Just keep that in your mind. So we had these 2 coastal tankers delivering fuel all around New Zealand. Those 2 coastal tankers used to train young mariners not how to operate a ship, but how to operate an oil tanker ship. So with those qualifications, they could go all around the world and work on oil and crude oil tankers, chemical tankers around the world. So when we lost the refinery, we also lost a training ground for a huge amount of young mariners, and we lost the thousands of jobs that this oil refinery created on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, and every 5 years or so they had a major upgrade or major maintenance period. They shut the thing, they run 24/7 for about 4 or 5 years, and then they shut down, do a major overhaul, and then back up again. Sadly, that didn't happen at COVID. That's what I feel should have happened at COVID. They could have got cranked it back up again and been quite successful because fuel levels have gone way up from what they were. We've lost the bitumen plant, which was an add-on in the Muldoon's era. The reason we don't use Taranaki oil as much as we could is because we need the Saudi crude, which is a thick crude, which makes the best bitumen, and we made the best bitumen in the world, along with the best jet fuels and petrol and diesels. So people say it's too small, it's too old. I don't care, I'm an engineer. We need it. Our future, this country's future, depends on that oil refinery getting going again. We're celebrating the fact that it started 60 years ago. 2 years ago, the final closure, I told the guys at the farewell, I said, within 2 years, we'll be back to save this and get it going. My challenge to everybody in New Zealand and across the world that's a patriotic Kiwi is to buy some shares in Channel Infrastructure. You find it on the NZX and CHI. Buy some shares, doesn't matter how many you buy, just buy some and tell everybody else to buy some. It's a publicly listed company. Once we get to 60, 75%, then we take control. The people of New Zealand take control. The oil companies, if they don't want to stay here, bugger off. We don't need them. We've got enough fuel distributors across the whole of New Zealand to make our oil refineries function. They talk about storing more fuel. We don't need to store more fuel. We need to store more crude oil here. The crude oil we can process every day, every week. We can change what we're making. When it comes in the tankers that are coming now, it takes 18 to 22 days to get here. We've got 8 days supply at any one time here. According to the industry that I'm talking to, I think Shane Jones said it was down to 6 days. That's bloody scary, people. 6 days. When they said 8 days of fuel, 4 days was for us, the whole country, and the other 4 days was for emergency services to operate. So if anything happens to that crude oil going to the oil refineries around the rest of the world, or the Asian ones we're getting it from, we won't get any fuel, people. There's a document on my brochure, everybody should look at it. It's called the Petroleum Demand Restraint Act. Everybody needs to download that 12-page document and read it. Read it several times and just see what it says. I won't add to it, I just want people to look at that document to start with. And I'll tell you about it at 1 o'clock in the other official ceremony. What is the time? Because I'm running late. I'm always running late. I decided this morning I'm 67 this year. I can afford to be late. I've been early jobs all my life. I've run a few businesses. So what are we doing now? Handing over to.
Oh, that was
I could add more. As Reen said, I could talk to you for hours and days. Every day I'm learning more and more about the industry. I'm not an oil man. I'm a farmer and a engineer by trade. And I know how critical it is to have fuel supply. No fuel, no farming. No fuel, no transport. no fuel, no food, no fuel, no future in New Zealand. We've got the budget today. Be interested to see what comes out of the budget. How many billion are they going to spend here? It's costing us 8 billion to import what we're using now. I don't care what it costs to get this thing going. 6 billion it will cost to build a new one. I don't think it will cost 2 billion to fix it. How much is our nation worth? It's at a critical point. If we finally lose this thing, when the hydrocracker disappears, I've got a photograph somewhere on my big banner. That's them putting the hydrocracker in the 1980s. That was the Melbourne upgrade. There's a big crane, similar crane due to arrive to take it down. I've talked to the contractors that have been asked to quote for it. They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it, people. So we've got to get the numbers up so we can stop that from happening. I'm not going away. I might be going south, catch up with my granddaughter and take her for her birthday. But I'll be back. I'll be at Mystery Creek again this year. Hopefully I don't get trespassed off the place like I did last year. I was walking around last year handing out these pamphlets, and I had my sign, and I went down to the tractor pulling contest, and I said to the lady, oh, here's some pamphlets. She said, oh, you can't walk around the field days handing out pamphlets. Time I got to the top of where the tractor pulls down a bit of a gully, and I got to the top, there's a lady there with a Vince shirt on with a microphone, and then somebody else turned up at Vince, and then somebody from security turned up, and I'm walking down behind me to see what's going on, and I talked to a few people about what's going on, and I went onto this guy's site and I said what I was doing, and he said, oh, I'll take one of your pamphlets. This policeman reaches out and grabs your pamphlet and says, you can't be doing that, you can trespass off the site. So they walked me out. I was only there the first day, but that's what I do. I don't shut up. So for the next 3 days I parked my van outside and handed out my pamphlets. And yeah, got a good response. So this year hopefully I've got a site that I can be on. They probably don't want me there, but we'll find out what happens this week. And if anybody's at Mystery Creek, come and look us up. You should see some people wearing these t-shirts. If you want a t-shirt, you can buy them for $30. I've got them in all sizes. And they're limited edition because of my printer. I don't know if they're here today. No, I don't see them. Unfortunately, they've closed down their business, so they can't print them, but they've still got the screens if you want them printed. But I'm saying they're limited edition. The next ones will be, we've opened it, something to that effect. So, yeah. So I'll hand it over. What are we going to do now?
Okay, when you're doing something live, it's never a dull moment. That's what I love about it. You know, it's sort of like a big engineering. So what we're going to do is Gabrielle, she's got Jason, the team. Now, how wonderful is it? Jason's in Vietnam, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jason's in Vietnam, and he's doing a lot of our live streaming via Wellington and here. So if anybody that you know would like to watch this all over again, or follow it, or jump in there, Jason has got what's he live streaming from what platform? If you look at the banner, so the live platform, I should bring that up to go live. What we're going to do is we're actually going to jump over to them now to do the anthem. Is that right, Gabrielle?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So Gabrielle's going to take it over. So whatever's going to come up on the screen will be jumping over to Wellington.
Far
the seas. Give us plenty, give us peace. God defend our free land from dishonor and from shame. God, our country's spotless name, crown her with immortal fame. God defend New Zealand. May our mountains ever be freedom's ramparts on the sea. Make us faithful unto thee. God defend our free land. Guide her in the nation's fair, preaching love and truth to man, working out thy glorious plan. God defend New Zealand.
Okay, here we are. You're on State of the Nation. I'm your host, Jason Bainbridge, and we have just exited out of Whangarei, and that was the New Zealand National Anthem. We are now going over, we're going to attempt to go down to Wellington, where they're about to commence their speeches down there. So I'm just going to bring these cameras up, and one of them is a camera and one of them is audio. I'm going to have to, here we go. They look like they're ready. So I'm going to mute that one. Yes, and then I'm going to bring up their audio, which will be this one. And then I will be, yes, I will be going to solo here.
Can you hear that?
It's a bit soft. Could be louder. I can hear you better.
Can you direct me my mouse? Is that the mute button? Okay.
I think he's not speaking into the microphone. Maybe that's it. There we go.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
That's better.
Okay, you can hear me now, Jason?
We have got ourselves some feedback. Just a moment.
Can you hear me, Jason?
Okay, Daniel, you're going to have to unmute. If you are the audio, you're going to have to unmute yourself. I cannot unmute you because they chose. You got to unmute yourself, Daniel.
We should unmute here, Daniel. This one here. Unmute this here again.
That's right.
Is that?
Can you hear me now, Jason?
There you go.
Marvelous. Now we're all go.
We're all go.
Fantastic. Well, happy, what day is it? Happy Thursday and a warm welcome to everybody from Wellington and to Refinery and Auckland. My name is Guy Nuns and I've been asked by Gabriel Tamahana to be the MC here from the Wellington headquarters. I have been involved with a Marsden Point protest for over 2 years now, and my involvement was from just after the parliamentary protests, when I realised at that point that our refinery, and I was realising it during the protest, that our refinery was very, very important to all New Zealand. And perhaps one of the issues that came into focus for me was that if freedom is important to us, that then we need to be independent folk. And to be independent folk, energy and cheap energy is absolutely vital. That is my involvement. I went up to Refinery twice within the space of about 3 weeks and was part of the digging at Marsden and have since been involved with the Good World. Today we have 3 speakers, including myself. We have a lawyer, Peter Morahan, who's a bit of a late bloomer. He's been involved in his life with JCs. He's a squash player formerly and a rock and roll dancer. These activities sadly have been curtailed during the COVID period for him, but I'm delighted to say he can probably get right back into them now. He, in the sense of being a late bloomer, he understood during COVID that there would seem to be some sort of monolithic agency against us, and that things were acting in concert around the world spontaneously and at the same time. And he felt that the reach of globalists was very, very strong and far too strong, like many of us, and he's been involved with BFF, and he's going to speak today about why he thinks Marsden Point is very important to us as a New Zealand people. So Peter, welcome.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the Victory Church and Marsden Point for making this venue available today. It's very generous of them to do that. As you've heard, I'm a lawyer in Lower House. I've lived here since 1977, and I'm in sole practice on my own account, general practice, mainly around Bainbridge. I became interested in this issue of big pharma from the start. I suppose that's where it starts off. Some years ago, when I began to realise that a lot of the popular medications which dealt with you, which people give a lot of others in some cases, are not really going to help you much. They're just going to alleviate or cover up in some things. My journey with that started when I was diagnosed with a condition of activation, which is due to reflux and so on. And then we had the mandates. And that provided us and saw them that shed down south. And in those days, which is a real
When did your interest in Marsden peak?
About 2017, when I actually became a shareholder. And saw them go from being very pro refining, you know, talking about how well they were doing, to kind of the end.
Good reports to catastrophic reports.
And that started thinking of a lot of other things as well.
And then, of course, during COVID, what happened then was your interest further kind of provoked?
We had to have the
I was aware, sort of, as the vote shut down the refinery came in weeks, and I actually tried protesting a bit.
When did
Okay, so we seem to have a technical difficulty there. So we'll just wait until they can get that sorted out. There's a microphone gone crazy. So in the meantime, State of the Nation now has a sponsor, so hopefully their guests will come back. But let's see if they can sort out their audio problem. Let's try that again.
Maybe just try that now, Peter, speaking with the microphone so we can hear you. Is that right, Peter, now?
Okay, get that back onto the stage.
Can you hear?
Can you hear me?
Right. Jason?
Yeah, I could hear somebody tapping on the keyboard, and I could hear you guys more than I could hear the speaker. So if you could please ask the speaker to start again. Yeah, and be aware that you're right beside the audio.
This one is muted at the moment.
Okay, so let's try that again. I'm just going to. Okay. Here we go again.
Yeah, just talk.
Say something into the microphone there. Yes, so like Judy, towards being involved with Marsden Point, started with the protesting. My wife and I visited the Department grounds on Saturday, about a fortnight after the protesters arrived there. We also supplied them with food the first couple of weeks of the year, which were held to last for. And generally, I've been involved with Voices for Freedom and the protests we've persisted. And then in the last election campaign, New Zealand First campaign on restoring Marsden Point, and I totally agree with that. The country needs a refinery, and for two reasons. One, or three reasons actually. The country has put a lot of taxpayer funding into that refinery in the past. Two, in order to secure fuel supply, we need to have it refined here. And it's a lot cheaper, surely, to refine it here and use the byproducts here in New Zealand. We also have a considerable amount of product which is in the ground here in New Zealand, such as in Taranaki. But in addition to that, there's the large gas deposits off the South Island coast, east coast, in the vicinity of Oamaru. And I know about that because I was last month, it took me on quite a bit around the world.
Alrighty, okay, so we do have an audio issue there. So I'm going to cross back to Whangarei. But in the meantime, they seem like they need to do some coordinating. So I'm just going to play a quick message. I've got a sponsor now for the show, and I'll just run a quick ad and let them organize themselves. So I'm just going to jump over to our branding, and I'll just run that, and then we'll come back in about 90 seconds. We'll be back. We will be back. This does happen in the big game when you are doing lives. Every now and then you get some issues.
this feeling I can leave. I'm working and I'm here. Will you dare to give it over and walk by my side? Do you see the road? Do you hear it's cold? Do you want a part of me? Just getting me above now.
I'm just calling Richie now, but I can go to Jason on Signal if you want.
Yeah, if we can get Jason on Signal.
Discover
back
the
in just a
future of
moment.
investing with Moana Oceania Gold Ore Mining. Join us in revolutionizing the gold mining industry right here in the heart of the Philippines. With our innovative investment options, from VIP exclusive accounts to collaborative and crowd investments, anyone can be part of this golden opportunity. Benefit from our transparent platform, real-time updates, and a commitment to sustainable development. Secure your financial future and make a meaningful impact. Invest in Moana Mining today, where your potential shines as bright as the gold we mine.
Okay, and here we are. And here's Daniel there. So, Daniel, are we ready to reboot it?
No.
Okay, I'm going to cross over to Whangarei. Okay, I'm over to Whangarei. Yep, we'll go over to Whangarei, and if that problem persists, I'll go over and run some more media. Okay, let me just get the Wellington cam out to there. And turn you off. No, they don't have audio. Okay, we're going to run this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, while they sort out the audio difficulties, I'm going to go back to our episode of State of the Nation that we were watching called Mean, Green, and Not So Clean. And that features the very folks that we're having a discussion with today. And we'll come back as soon as we can when everything is hunky-dory.
CHI and RNZ, which is Refinery New Zealand, not as well. It's a bloody mess that they can't secure New Zealand's future for oil, or sorry, now petrol, to come into New Zealand with 176 tankers a year, and they left themselves open to a world. And they made, now I'm going to finish here, and I'll let you guys finish. They left it open to, it could be a Ukrainian Russian war that could disrupt this supply chain. When in fact, our petrol, now we find petrol in Australia and Asia and Japan and further abroad. And guess what? They also admitted on by New Zealand that this petrol could be sold. We would send it back or send it to Australia to get it refined again, to make the petrol suitable for New Zealand vehicles. I mean, how can you get this? I'll leave it up to you guys. Thanks, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, we call it monkey business.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing's run by a bunch of monolithic gorilla Neanderthals.
Now,
and that's how old their lines are.
One of the things that came up, and I wondered if you'd seen this in any of those documents you've been digging through, David, is that, and Carl Barkley noted it, that there was one of the refined product tankers came into Tauranga and then ended up taking a load of tallow to the Geelong oil refinery in Australia. And I'm wondering, where they're turning into biofuel.
Yeah, well, the problem I've got with that is on my system, I don't actually have the product. I have the tankers, the weight, the draft, and the length and the width. So I can kind of calculate on my calculator how much they're carrying. I did actually find the other day that they can carry 50 million gallons. That's of a lot. Petrol coming into probably Petone up to these massive big tankers that we've got in here, and that's a lot of fuel. I mean, where the question I've got to ask is, what about the bitumen and the sulfur and the CO2 that's supposed to be coming out of New Zealand? That's also a product of what we need as well, right? Because we can't live without CO2 in our greenhouses, and nobody knows that. Like we inject it. The bitumen and the tar, well, bitumen is tar, sorry. I mean, where the hell is that coming from, and what the hell is happening there?
Yeah, well, wherever they can buy it, and the quality of the bitumen is crap. CO2 can be manufactured from other processes.
Audio, I don't know what's
becomes
going on.
more difficult.
Yeah, get it off.
Sorry everyone, as Carl previously said when he got up, we don't get funded by missionaries. So everything that we have done leading up to this is all volunteer work. But even really coming in to help, we've only contributed towards people for her to be here. So yeah, we've tried our best trying to get free events in 3 different places. A little bit upset with my brothers in Wellington though, because they knew to be ready, and it looks like they weren't ready. So that's okay. I'll get grumpy after this though. I'll wait till I go home and get grumpy about it. But thank you. Yeah. Thank you all for coming. I don't know if Jace can hear us. Jace, can you hear us?
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Jace. So we're on the live stream as well. And now we can carry on this end. We do have Auckland set up as well. So they've got a proper setup in Auckland. Levi Wolf is heading the technical side over there, so it's very good at what he does. So I'm not worried about that side. But I'll hand it back to Ren. She's going to introduce Don, who had a big part to play in the refinery itself. So this is 60th anniversary of the opening of Marsden Point Oil Refinery. But as Operation Good Oil, we're still working towards the reinstatement. So, Ren, you might just have a few announcements as well. Thank you, Ren.
Oh, the joys, like I said, there's nothing like life. When we do this, I think the cool thing about it is everybody, the feedback. So the feedback is everybody said, let's hear some stories, let's hear some stuff that's going on, okay? So we're going to roll, we're going to go with this. We have got still the live stream going, so like I said, those that can hook into that can, in your own time. What we're going to do is we're just going to keep this going, okay? And we'll be recording, etc. So beautiful Don, where is he? Hello, Don. Now, there's, like I said, do we stand here and give lots and lots of reasons why, all the stories about people behind the scenes. People hide behind the scenes because that's where they choose to be. But today we're going to be bringing out the faces to a lot of the people that have been a part of the organisation, the movement, whatever labels you want to put. So here we are, here's Don, and I'll do my best to up and down the microphone.
Thank you. as to being a big part, a very small part of the wonderful lobby point that was the visitor centre of Marsden Point here. I had a little business back in Auckland, and I got a call from the chaps at Marsden Point saying they wanted a model of the refinery's pipeline down to Wirry. And I was fortunate enough to take that on for them. The only problem was I only had a single car garage to work from. And we're talking of a model 20 feet long by 8 feet wide. I don't know how many people all would have seen it in the downstairs room in the visitor centre there. So I had to work out how to get that up here. The important thing is that the visitor centre is such a fabulous lobby point.
Yeah.
I've toured a few places in the world and I've not seen anything that matches it in terms of how well it's set up, using the plant model that came here to build the second stage of the development at Marsden Point. That redevelopment of the plant model is fabulous. And with the audio visual that goes with it, it's just such a fabulous lobby point. Anyway, I went ahead and built this pipeline model, brought it up here in 5 stages. We had to assemble the 5 stages here, and we climbing all over the top of it and joining them all together, finishing it off. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I got great support from the refinery. And that was finished off by a local glass company, I believe, to put the cover over the top of it, keep it safe, and it's still there safe. It's got 1 or 2 visitors inside that have managed to crawl in through various ways. And I went on to do some work down in New Plymouth for Shell, BB Todd, and the Mallee B oil rig that was being established down there. Again, I've got a connection with the gas-to-gasoline plant. All these think big projects kept coming across my desk. And I got to fill in quite a few years of work. And that continued with the refinery ringing me, not the refinery, sorry, the ringing me and saying they wanted to present a model to the Refinery Visitor Centre commemorating their involvement with the heavy lift, the hydrocracker. I believe they were involved there. And they asked if I could do a model of that crane lifting the hydrocracker into position. All the information they could provide me was a transport plan, elevation of the crane on the back of the truck that had a few dimensions on it. And I had no more information than that to build a model from. But fortunately, I was connected with an engineer down in New Plymouth who happened to be in Birkenhead when I was shopping one morning. And I told him that I'm not going to be able to do this job. I just haven't got enough information. And he said, you know, I was up in Marsden Point a couple of months ago when they were breaking the crane down to send it back overseas. And he'd taken 5 rolls of film with all the bits of the crane on the ground. And I was able to use those to get all the information I needed to complete the crane model. I worked on it for 18 months. There's over 3,500 pieces to it. Many pieces are molded through me building a master out of brass, and then that being sent on to a jewellery firm, and they would reproduce 100 of that particular item. I was able to get many of the parts together that way. And the most fun part was bring it all together in the end, all these little bits and pieces. Make up the model that were individual models in their own right. And that's how you eat an elephant, it's one bite at a time. It's the whole story. It's the only way I could contemplate finishing a job like that. And it was a real thrill to bring it together and install it up here at the Visitor Centre. And I was just so grateful to have had the experience of being part of a fabulous project here in Monterey. And we really do miss it. I agree with everything that was said earlier about the need to keep the refinery going. And we wish you every success with that. I don't know what's going to happen to the models from now on. They're not being used for any purpose. I would like to see them re-established somewhere else, if not here.
Staying there.
Sorry?
They're going to stay there.
They're going to stay, are they?
We're going to get it going again.
Get it open. That's the one. Well, keep in touch and I can keep things tidy if necessary. Yeah. It would be a real thrill to see it all going again. Yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have a little chat.
Thank you so much. So this is about from today. Why are we here? And apart from discussing, what's the big thing about Marsden Point for? Okay, for me, I'm Rhiannon, known as Irene. I grew up in Wangarei, in Whangarei. I went to Tikipanga High, went to girls and all that. But to me, my family, they came up here. So mum and dad were living down in Lake Wellington Way. Had my older brothers and sisters. Then the opportunity came, and Marsden Point and the glassworks, they were the hurrah. They were the wow. Wangarei is going to turn into this huge big city, and we're going to take over Auckland. This is how I remember it when I grew up, okay? My family are also very kind of political. So my grandfather and that, there was always conversations about national labour, blah, blah, blah. So today there is, yes, a political side of what's going on here and how do we move forward. But Marsden Point, the history and the story. The history is for me that I'd go along and anything past the harbour bridge. So if you went over the bridge, you were going overseas. Okay, so Wangarei, Whangarei, Northland, going up to, if you went to Kaitaia, Kaio, that was our world. Our world was here. It was the glassworks. It was Marsden. And when Matt King and Vince, when they get up here and talk about hopefully what their involvement has been living up here in Northland, how much has the Marsden Point refinery affected all of us? And I wanted to say something about the past, present, and future. For the past, I grew up as a little girl. Marsden Point was a biggie. It was a must. When we saw the little chimneys smoking and what have you, it was a thing. You know, I can't remember anything not being Marsden Point. But I didn't know what it was about. I didn't know if it was, I don't know, it was two cool chimneys. I thought our big radio station in town with the big antenna was the Sky Tower. Okay? So, you know, I'm a little girl in a little town that is now apparently Wangarei has turned into a city, according, okay? But to me, I went away for 10 years down to Napier. When I left, Marsden Point was just Marsden Point, pumping away, doing its things. Māori had the meatworks. It was just doing its thing. The glassworks was a big change for me and my family. We were that typical family that brought properties in Tikipanga, and we had the houses that were supplied for anybody that worked at Marsden or worked at the glassworks. And Dad had those glass dam things everywhere around. So there's today is celebrating, why is it 60 years? If it was still going and it was still happening, we would be doing a huge big corporate thingy and I'd be having more than one projector going and it would all be boomed out and we would be celebrating 60 years of success of Marsden. But today we're still going to celebrate that. Okay, but what we're going to do is a lot of live stream we are having with Vietnam and the feedback and everything like that. So we've decided as a conscious decision to just keep rolling and tell stories about Marsden, about Whangarei, Whangarei, Northland, and also why when Carl, he's got all the more political and more information and more wonderful stuff about it, which if you want to sit and talk to him about it, that's great. And also some of the other teams that are here today. For us, I've just got to check with Gabrielle. Are we going to be bringing up people that would like to have a little bit of a story, like I just said? Is there anybody out in here, like myself, that grew up? I've come back to Whangarei, I've come back to Whangarei, and my children are here. My great nieces and nephews. I've become a great, really awesome, great auntie. And to be able to tell them that Marsden Point was a place where a lot of employment was for my family. The grassroots was a lot of employment, and I think in the 80s, correct me if I'm wrong, I just remember a recession and everything happening. Dad lost his job at the grassroots, and there was just this slump, and we all hung together and we all clung together. And I remember Grandma and Grandpa stepped in and fed us and all that kind of stuff. We're now in a, I don't know if people have noticed, we're in a recession side of things, money's getting tight, etc., etc. I'm thirsty to hear about what these shares are about. I'm keen to hear about all this kind of stuff. I'm hoping someone's going to explain that somewhere along the line, how the shares are working and how do we purchase these shares and how do we buy into them. So once again, anybody out in the audience that wants to get a little feel-good story about Marsden Point and what did it mean to them when they were growing up? No, just me that remembers it. All gun shy. Okay. Gabrielle. Yes. The power station. So we lost the power station as well. So for me, don't forget, I think I need to be brought up to speed on some of the history on some of Whangarei, because on that, I'm still youthful. And I need to be educated on where Whangarei. And so we need to talk about, what did you say, the power station?
We've actually got somebody here that worked on the power station, and we were actually looking at information about Marsden Point. He discovered that when they were building the refinery, they're also building the Marsden power stations. So Raz, come over here and talk to us. He worked on the projects. He didn't work on the oil refinery, he worked on ZED, I think it was. So he knows a little bit more about it. So Richie found this information. So as well. No, don't worry about that. Your place is all over the place. You tell us what you know.
This is about the refinery, not about the power station. I was employed by the NZED as a young engineering cadet and was trained by the government. A great training system in the government employed people and trained them for our industries. I worked at Marsden A power station. While I was at Marsden A power station, I used to do inductions for young apprentices that were coming up to the site. And I took an apprentice to the top of the lift up to the roller drum level one morning, and we looked out to sea and could see a ship. And he says to me, "What's that ship doing, Raz?" I said, "It looks like an Aussie coaster. It's probably loading bunker fuel from the refinery." And he said, "What's bunker fuel?" I said, "It's a byproduct, waste product that the refinery can't break down because we haven't got a hydrocracker yet. But that's what we're doing in this power station." And he said to me, "Oh, what's the ship doing with it?" I said, "Take it to Aussie, the NZED can't afford it." He said, "Is that why this power station's not running?" I said, "Yep." He said, "What's that big hole you're digging over there with all those concrete trucks and all that reinforcing?" I said, "That's Marsden B power station." "Oh, what are they going to run that on?" He says. I said, "You and I know it's not going to be oil, but don't tell my burn that one." So we went on. I worked for Reco as a sales and marketing manager for them for a number of years. Being Boilermakers, we wouldn't have any of our staff on the refinery site. They were only fitter welders and ASME certified welders, which Cullen supplied most of them, I understand. So Reco did the multi-flue stack. I have an excellent picture of a 1,000-ton Grotwell crane lifting the reactor in Reco's business publication that they did. The Grotwell crane suffered an injury on its way out here. The counterweights came loose in the hold of the ship and smashed holes in a waste oil tank and flooded the crane structure and damaged parts of the crane lift booms and so on, and that needed months of repair before it could be used. So that's just a couple of stories for the refinery. I used to do lots of work with SPI on shutdowns, but that's my son-in-law used to be involved with the maintenance of the grounds of the refinery, and he's another one who was bitterly disappointed to see that business go, and they turned it into a tank farm.
All right, who else would like to hear? Any questions? Thanks for that, Raz. Raz and Barbara look after you when I'm up here. I used to stay at Portland, but the lovely lady that's living there now, she's living in Auckland. So, around New Zealand, I've had a lot of support with different parts of my campaign. When we printed that pamphlet off, I got 20,000, and I got a quote to get 20,000 done. And as I was travelling through Tuatapere, a lady met me. She'd been following me all my life, and she knew I was going to be arriving in Tuatapere. So she waved me down and gave me a donation, and she said, "Stay around. I've got to go and get you some more money." She went away to Riverton, because that's the only bank around down that part of Southland, and she came back with a substantial amount of money that enabled me to put the order in for these, and somebody else came along with the final amount, which was a total of $3,000 that two people paid for. That's the generosity of this country. So I've had 20,000 of those out there. There should be 20,000 new shareholders. We've got about 5,000 on the shareholder register. We're not sure how many we've got on shares because they don't actually let us know. If you're registered for a registered share, for a share broker, you become a registered shareholder. You get a CSN number, which is a computer share number. You're able to vote online at the meetings and also do a proxy vote. So if you can't vote, you could put your proxy vote into me. That's what we were hoping to happen at the last election, AGM just recently. So anybody else want to talk about the last 60 years? Come up and talk, please. It's about the past and the future. We've got to celebrate the past to start the future.
I just thought of something. I worked at the Polytech in the early 90s for 5 years, teaching international students. I've been a teacher for 30, 40 years, I've lost track. And I understand that the Polytech was built because of Marsden Point, because it drew in lots of Dutch people with the oil. It brought in lots of Dutch people to this. It brought in lots of Dutch people to Refinery, and that's where we got some of our wealth. And we built the Polytechnic, which is still in existence. Yeah.
I'm a tradesman, and Polytech's a very important training ground for apprentices and stuff like that. That's what most of the Polytechs are. They're not a university, they're a training ground for tradespeople. And that facility out there had thousands of tradespeople and labourers there when they had big shutdowns and the big upgrade when they put the pipeline through and put the hydrocracker in. And those skills we've lost. We don't have those training grounds now. We lost the railways, we lost the Ministry of Works, the forestry, all these government departments we lost. That was built by our government, and there was some New Zealand public shareholders way at the beginning as well. And somehow they ended up in the hands of the oil companies, and they didn't want it here. They want to make a big fat profit out of their cheap labour in the Asian countries. It's not about cheap labour and making a big profit. It's about our security. That's why it was originally built 60 years ago. That's why they kept it going for 58 years. I was talking to somebody this morning, they said, "Oh, it's just a rotten mess. There's walkways and that are all rotten and falling apart." Well, that's somebody's responsibility for not keeping that maintenance up, you know. You have a maintenance program that keeps going, and if things don't look safe, you replace them. It just does my head in. I know people out there with vintage cars and vintage machinery, on the old tractors and tractor engines. We can dig them up in a hole somewhere that's totally rotten and rebuild them and have them steaming better than they did 150 years ago. We can do the same at Refinery. As long as we've got that hydrocracker, and the main parts, the big pieces of machinery still sitting there, we can build the rest of it around it. What they've destroyed, the pumps they may have sent overseas, we'll buy new ones. We'll buy the latest, modern, best ones out. With all the modern control gear that needs less people to operate it. We can make that back to what it was, which was one of the top 10 refineries in the world. It was so good, they used to fly a plane into Auckland with 10 people on it to drop them off to refuel it. The passengers on didn't know that they hadn't landed in Australia. They had to fly back to Australia to drop them off because they wanted that New Zealand fuel to fly it back to Europe or wherever it came from. The American Defence Force did exactly the same when they were doing their runs to McMurdo. They would fuel up their planes, take fuel down to the Antarctic, and then when that big Galaxy was leaving New Zealand, it had bladders on board to cart out Jet A1 back to wherever they were based, Hawaii or wherever, because they knew the best Jet A1 fuel in the world came out of Marsden Point. People are complaining about the potholes in New Zealand. At Marsden Point, when they originally built this refinery in the 1960s, it didn't have a bitumen plant. It was built originally to run around crude oil, and then they upgraded it to run on all crude oils, which means they could import the Saudi Arabian crude oil, which is called sour crude oil, thick as, which makes the best bitumen. So the bitumen became the byproduct of the oil. The oil turned into our petrols. It was started off as diesel, Jet A1, and then it went up the stream and it became as petrol. We didn't make enough avgas, so we did get avgas off it, but our system wasn't big enough to get enough avgas. So avgas was mainly imported in New Zealand. But we made 68% of petrol and diesel here in New Zealand. 89% of the high quality A1 jet fuel was made here in New Zealand. 120,000 tonne of bitumen was made here in New Zealand. It's now all being imported. It's costing us $8 billion. That was 2 years ago with the ASB's economic note report I had something in June 2023, I think it was. The CO2 has to be imported now. It's gone from $2 a kg to $20 a kg. The quality is poor and trying to get the product is unavailable. And sulfur used to be taken out of our fuel, it's back in our fuel now. So we've got contaminated fuel coming into this country, not high quality stuff. So the value of having that thing going again is our security, our high quality fuel, and the employment it gives to New Zealand. Because it's not just one way that benefits out of that. There's some big engineering firms around New Zealand that get to bring stuff up here or come here and do the maintenance. So it's thousands of jobs around New Zealand. So it sounds like Matt is available. So we'll call Matt King up here. A good strong Northlander that's well known by everybody. And then go standing for the last election.
Thank you, Carl. I'd like to acknowledge Carl and Gabe and Ren and a bunch of other people that have put their heart and soul into this fight that we're in. And I'd also like to acknowledge Vince, the mayor's here, and a little Susie Rayland here from Matakoi who fought to get the bridges. So we've got a lot of people in this sort of group here that have believed strongly in what we stand for and our beautiful country. So one thing I've noticed too is I used to have short hair in the goatee when I was a copper for a few years and a politician, and the people that seem to care a lot seem to have a lot of hair. So I started growing mine out, with the exception of the odd bald head might come out. So first of all, things like Marsden Point, Refinery, Bainbridge, Clyde, they were built back in the day when we didn't worry about tanifars and snails and climate change bullshit. We believed in men were men and women were women, and it was great then. Nothing seems to happen these days like that. One thing I've noticed is since I used to be a politician for a term, but I'm no longer Muslim, so I can speak my mind and I don't care what people think about me because I'm not going to get up. So I want to tell you just a quick funny. When I was talking about men were men, there was the women's championship swimming champs were on down in Auckland a couple of weeks ago, and there's all the women lined up to swim 100 metres. There was one that identified as a woman, taller than me with an added devil. And the gun went off and they all jumped in, and funny enough, the man that identifies, the bloke that identifies as a woman, didn't win the race. And so they were horrified, and so they questioned him. And he said, yeah, well, she said, when I hit the water, I popped the testicle out, but it slowed me down. So that's non-PC, isn't it? I got asked during the 100 or so meetings I had around the country when I was with Democracy NZ, what is a woman? And I didn't have the answer down pat, so I didn't know the definition because I never thought I'd get asked that. And I just said, well, I don't know, but I'm attracted to them. So anyway, we're here to sort of, I guess, about the refinery, and I look at what's going on in this country, and I'll tell you why things happen. When big money's involved, like big oil, they are all what they're concerned about is their back pocket. So they'll do whatever earns them the dollars, and they can sell oil to us, or they can refine it here. And I think our political leaders, and this is successive governments, should have made sure that Marsden Point was maintained and kept going, because we will need oil and gas for the foreseeable future in this country. And I can tell you this, it's all about, in politics, it's all about having the benefit of being inside the tent for one term, is that it's all about perception, it's not about reality. The question we used to get when I was in the National Party, we used to sit in the caucus, and I won't give away trade secrets, but I do know that the biggest thing we used to think about was, how is this going to look, this decision, which way we go, how is this going to be perceived by the public? Because if you can do the right thing, you do the right thing. But if you do the right thing and it means you're going to get your head cut off politically, you don't do it. And that's why governments run us up into debt and don't do the right thing. It's because they're only thinking about the next 3 years, because they might do a really good job for 3 years or 6 years, but in 9 years they're going to be turfed out regardless of how well they're doing. So it's all about politics, it's all about reality. So, and it's all about the perception. I believe that the government should recognise that the Marsden Point is a strategic asset and that we are very vulnerable. And I saw what happened with COVID when we all got locked down. It was madness. I can remember driving down the street and seeing no one around and thinking this is like one of those apocalyptic movies. Why are we doing this? This is madness. That even the 2 meter spacing, there's no evidence to support any of that. It was just made up, and we were like sold like robots doing what we're told by the government. So I lost all faith in the hierarchy of this country during COVID. I lost faith in the medical profession. I was being told things that I knew to be BS. But our leaders were telling us stuff that they knew to be BS, and it all come out in the wash. So I see, because of ideology, I see the oil and gas being shut down in this country. And someone asked me this earlier, why is there not more business people here? Because they'll be affected. And that's just apathy. That's the apathy of New Zealand. Until we go to the pumps and it's $10 a litre, or there is no fuel, until that happens, most Kiwis will just let someone else worry about it. And it's up to us long-haired to fight the good fight. Guys like Carl, who went down to the field days, and he handed out flyers. The rule is when you're at field days, you've got to have a site, otherwise you can't hand out flyers. So he went down there, and he's a good guy, and he got muscled out of it. We all know what happened to Liz Gunn. She put a hand on someone's arm, just gently touched them, and they said, pain 5 out of 10, and she's got the sock change. Calvin Out knows what it's like to be persecuted down there in Wellington, fighting the good fight, gets ripped out. Billy Takaha, what's the religious guy? Brian Tamaki. Brian Tamaki went to jail, you know, the good fight. Whether you support them or not, or whether you like them or not, they're soldiers that are in the fight. And it's sad to see where our country is going. It really does. I was in Parliament when they banned oil and gas. And the first thing that came out of it was exploration. First thing that came out of it was the powers, the industry said, look, we've got this amazing system. We've got this, with 85% renewable energy. We've got these dams, we've got these wind farms, we've got solar, we've got all this beautiful energy. Our grid is amazing. We're in the leaders in the world, but we have to burn a little bit of gas at peak times to keep the lights on. And it's an amazing system. And we went from burning oil, like here to generate fuel, to clean burning gas. We had a really good system. But the ideology of politicians at the time was we've got to ban oil and gas exploration. The first thing the industry told us was we will run out of gas. We will run out of oil. Things will just go downhill and we will be massively affected. Our cost of living will go up. Our fuel charges go up. Everything goes up. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what's happened. You know, we're going to run out of gas if we don't keep exploring. And I'm a guy, like I'll tell you about climate change. I'm the guy that says the emperor's not wearing any clothes. That's the guy I am. And people poke fun at me. I've been called everything. I've been called, anti-vax. I've been called a tinfoil hat wearing. I've been called every name under the sun. I've been called because I say, look, the emperor's not wearing any clothes. You can see his old father. And I go, I see what happened with oil and gas ban, and I go, it's crazy. Now, climate change, this is all happening because of so-called climate change. And I always say, look, you go down to 20 years ago, they were telling us, Al Gore was telling us that Lower Manhattan will be underwater by now, and that the polar bears will be dying, and sea level will go up through. And you know the only thing that's happened? He's made billions of dollars out of it. People have made billions of dollars out of it. Whether you believe climate change, we all believe, but I look at this and I go, I don't use Google because Google censors it and Facebook and all the others. I talk to people like we contacted people from overseas, like people that have got 20, 30, 40 years of experience in climate change and climates and all those specialist type people. So I'm just not relying on Google or what some Facebook site said and what someone said. I'm talking to the actual people that's their job for all of their life. And one woman said to me, you know what, the thing about the whole thing about climate change is that they are saying that the CO2 concentration goes up and down and the temperature follows it, right? That's what they say. But when you look up ice core samples from 800,000 years worth of ice core samples, they can sample what the temperature was and what the gas composition of the atmosphere was going back 800,000 years. They've got this information, right? And what it says is that yet the temperature changes, and it goes like this, because we all know what happens, it goes up and down all over the place. And the CO2 concentration mirrors it, right? But guess what happens first? The temperature changes first. And then the CO2 concentration follows it. And the time lag is 800 years. So what happens is, well, for whatever reason, the temperature changes. 800 years later, the CO2 concentration goes up with it. So that blows out the climate change caused by gas, the whole scenario. It blows it out of the water. You won't find that on Google. You've got to go into some random search engines like DuckDuckGo or whatever it is. I can't remember what it is. So I went down to Wellington and I saw that politicians lie. They just lie. There's some good people down there. Some of the people in charge now are good. Some of them are good people. I know some of them. But they just do. They're thinking of the next election or the election after that and what it'll look like. That's what they're thinking about. They're thinking about their own careers. So they talk about principles and everything else, but really they're worried about their own careers. Okay, that's just the reality of it. I could be the Northern MP now. I could have been the Northern MP if I just shut my mouth and kept off social media. But when the mandates come out, I'm just going to be paid. I see a lot of people here, the same faces that fought the good fight about mandates and now are involved in this as well. That's why I'm here. It's Dave and Carl and all those other people are just fighting the good fight. We just want honesty and integrity, and we want our freedom. We want our freedom. So in the 2020 election, I'll just wrap it up shortly. In the 2020 election, I remember a certain party going around promising that they'd shift Auckland Port to Northland. And that was massive for us in Northland. Wow, it's going to be great. We have a big port here, bigger than Northport. It's going to create jobs. It's going to be flow-on industry, everything else. That was what the politicians at the time were preaching to us. So I went and saw some of the people involved in the industry, because I was the MP at the time, and I asked them, is this feasible? Is this viable to ship Auckland's port to Northland? And they said no. And they said because even if we use all available land that's available to the North Port here and expand it out and spend billions of dollars doing it, we cannot cope with what Auckland deals with now, let alone 50 to 100 years out. Also, 80% of what goes into Auckland's port is used within 20-kilometre radius. Okay, so if I'm flying to New York from New Zealand, I don't get off at Los Angeles and catch the Greyhound bus to get to New York, do I? I go all the way there. Also, there's only one train line, and it's currently down. It slips and it's down. They need a 50-carriage train every 5 minutes on that train track going to Auckland. And that's fine. That's, in theory, that's doable. Except the Auckland rail line is so busy with commuter traffic during the day that they can only either go through in the middle of the night, right? And you just literally, if a container ship came in here, a big one, because they can take big ones, and then offloaded its cargo, every 5 minutes, a 50-carriage train hits the edge of Auckland, it can't go anywhere, it can't get through. So basic economics tells me that the dream of having Northport expanded to cope with Auckland Port, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen in our lifetime. Maybe we can take some more and expand out here, go for it, but it will never take over from Auckland Port. So I found that out, and I listened to these politicians standing there and lied to everyone to get votes. And even my own supporters said to me, "We should go along with this." And I said, "I can't, because it's bullshit. Yeah, I can't." So that's my style. I just call it how it is. That's why I'm not an MP anymore. Because I just call it how it is. And they write me off as a snutter, but one day we'll be vindicated. One day, loyal guys here too. Yeah, the good fighters. So the freedom movement was divided politically. Everyone went all their separate ways, and that's fine. I'm out of politics now. I'm a farmer. I just celebrated 30 years married to my beautiful wife, 3 kids. Life's really good. But I'm here supporting you guys, and I'm here supporting Carl and Gang and all the rest, because this is the right thing to do. Yeah, fine.
What's the political thing now?
Look, I'm not in the circle. They circled the wagons on me, so I don't know what's going on.
You're telling me that if you're not listening to what the party line is, you get pushed out.
Yeah. So what happens is if you're not playing by the leadership team of the party, the big parties, they decide where you're going. And if you're just one of the foot soldiers, which is what I've always been, you don't toe the line, then your career is going to be severely shortened. It's just life. It's just reality. Yeah. Yeah, listen. So thanks everyone. Appreciate it.
The political whim of our government presently is to make Marsden Point or Refinery into a hydrogen and eSATSAR, which is environmentally sustainable aviation fuel. I was at the ASM a couple of weeks ago trying to get voted on the board. I said to them, "How much does sustainable aviation fuel are you going to make?" They said 3%. I said, "That's a joke. You used to make 89% of New Zealand's Jet A1. You're going to be 86% short of what the country needs." What they're going to do there is destroy the refinery and then walk away from it, people. We're not going to get hydrogen out of New Zealand. It's a new technology. Everything in New Zealand runs on diesel, petrol, aviation fuel, and avgas. It's going to be 50, 60 years before we get away from that. The rest of the world's talking about it. They're building more refineries around the world. One of the big car companies in Europe has said we're no longer making electric vehicles. We're going to start making V8s again because that's what their customers want. I was at Hampton Downs as I came up here a couple of weeks ago and caught up with Paul Clark. He's a car racer from down south from Mawaria. He's into earth moving equipment, Clark Machinery. I'm also involved with a group in Wanaka. We call ourselves Wheels at Wanaka, run by Alan Dippy from Central Machine Hire. Every second Easter we have a event down there called Wheels at Wanaka. And next Easter will be the last one. This will be the fourth and last one. So if you're into machinery of any kind, come and join us. It's a huge event. We've got earth moving equipment, tractors, vintage cars, everything you can imagine. We're going to make this is a global thing. We've got people coming from all around the world for this event. I'm trying to get the guys from Top Gear to come out, Hammond and all them. I think they could have some fun in New Zealand. And it'll be our summer and their winter. So that's that's one thing I need to mention. When Jason had come on, she had we've got Rosie Convoy. They're listening to us in Canada, people. We're being supported from all around the world. The convoy that we had to Wellington is supported by Jason and Josie. So we've got somebody else wants to talk now. I'm going to wind up. I just fill in when you need to fill in and get me to talk, and I can fill you in with what's going on.
Hey, following that note that Carl just said, we're going to actually introduce the person that is the owner of the bus right out there that Carl just mentioned. We always see it parked at certain places, so if you just look out the window at, what is it, my 1200, but straight out there, you see the blue bus, it's our Freedom bus, it's, you know, Richie and the crew, and they just pop up. They fund themselves, or I don't know how, when you're passionate about something, you dedicate your time, your thing, and everything into that, and all your energy goes into that, so you manifest it. So I'm going to put Richie right on the spot because he's not going to be the bus driver hiding behind the wheel. He's going to get up here and he's going to, the CAS, Richie is part of CAS, which is Collective Action for Energy Stability. Okay, so if you see these little cards going around, hand them out, or put a little few of them in your back pocket, and if anybody wants to ask, what we're going to do is Richie's going to come up here and he's going to give you a little diagrams. I was trying to get the headset for you, sorted, but you're good. Okay. Come on, Richie.
I'll put out a big thank you to Richie because he came on board more recently. We've known each other for a while now with Big at Marsden and then what we're doing now. If it wasn't for Richie and Gabriel, we wouldn't have been able to present ourselves at the ASM a couple of weeks ago, trying to get me on the board and my resolution to stop the place from being destroyed. So thanks very much to Richie for stepping up. And today's effort, I haven't done bugger all for it. I was late getting here. But both Gabriel and Richie and the other team around them have helped, and there's people around New Zealand helping us. We're a very small team and very close team, and I thank you all for your support.
Just go. Yeah, let's go. So we're all aware of my bus. It's created a bit of havoc around the country. Even this morning, actually driving through, this person on the side of the road was trying to wave me over and stop me. Just wearing one of those funny colours blue uniforms. And I just waved back and smiled at him. So I couldn't see because the sun was so bright. It was quite often. Yeah, sorry. So my interest in the whole world global stuff probably started in Y2K. So I'm a commercial engineer. And then all of a sudden the Y2K's come up, the computers all going to drop off. We're working on generators all around the country. I've got supermarkets, commercial. And generators go everywhere, and I sort of questioning why. When computers been working right up to then, and all of a sudden they can stop on this one moment in time. So that created my thought process about what's going on in the rest of the world. And since then, lots of other things have happened, so I won't do that too much. Coming to the Convoy 2022, I was selling my house. I watched the Convoy go past, I'm in. So I was down in day 8. 12 days, day 20 of the occupation. Came back here, I sold my property here in Refinery, bought the bus, lived in the bus for a year, went straight down to Marsden, and I was day 8 at Marsden, right from 10. So I've been a strong advocate for all the freedom stuff. I think that's quite critical as everybody finds their peace. And I'll get to that because what peace speaks to you as an individual. We all have our pieces in this, lots of the puzzles, and it keeps growing and keeps growing. So what I like to do, I'll do this right. It's just a bit of a brief outline. The guys are going to pass around some pamphlets in a minute, but just little laminated copies, and it's all the different bits of history. We found a magazine that was put out in 1964. There's a 20-page magazine that you can share. Reese brought us a real copy today. It's sitting on the window actually behind you, Reese. And yeah, so conception to the construction. Basically, it was 1956. The government decided there's feasibility to build a refinery for whatever reasons they thought were correct. That's under Walton Nash. In 62, construction started, and then 64, as you see on my t-shirt, it's also the best year there ever was because it's my conception year. Did the next on that. Yeah, so Keith Holyoke, he opened it on the 30th of May 1964. Now, there's a lot of businesses involved here, local and international, and as these guys put them out, there's about 5 pages of all the businesses that were involved, including the power station. And that's a funny thing, finding all this information and then getting to the power station, and there's heaps of information on the power station. You know? So I'll do it sort of brief run through. So in 64 we opened. So the 67 to the 80s was the fluid hydrocracker to start with, and that's when all the global shock came. Global shock. The world global shock. So there was a young war that created that, and also 79, the Iranian Revolution. So that's Carlos days. You know, we all remember we're in the age bracket here. There's not many, maybe a couple, that don't know about Carlos days. And there's a lot of information on Carlos days as well. And at that point, that's when old Muldoon came in and said, right, think, what can we do now? So to put it in perspective, state-owned enterprises, we all know what they were, and the government sold, somewhere here I've got it, they sold off all their state-owned enterprises. Through the 80s, they sold them off, and it comes to about $10 million. Billion, I should say, billion. So that's the New Zealand sold 50%, Petroleum Corp, Post Bank, New Zealand Steel, Rural Bank, State Insurance, Mara Gas, Q Rail, Spark, NZ, TNZ. So they sold $10 million of our funded industry to build these big projects like the dams. It's also the gas fields over in Taranaki as well. That was all part of that. So that's the only way they get money. Muldoon comes up with these ideas and he's going, well, how are we going to pay for it? Oh, well, we're going to sell everything off. So they sold everything off and they built all these big projects. One of the projects was in 82, 86 was the pipeline, $1.84 million. And it was interesting to find out about the accident that happened in 2017 when the guy dug through it with the digger. He didn't actually dig through it, he damaged it, and it actually exploded about a month and a half later from memory. It cost, he didn't get charged anything, and it cost the country, we paid for it, $14.5 million to repair that pipe in the Arise. Another interesting fact to come across is in 1983, there was an explosion at Marsden, and it was just after the shutdown. They were refiring the plant back up, and the guy died. It took me 4 days to find this information because it got buried so deep. All I found was one little caption that was an Australian paper, and he had to go off that to get through, to traverse it, go all the way down the rabbit hole to find out what actually happened. And I talked to a guy that was part of the industry working for the refinery at the time. Still in that. Yeah. So an explosion happened, and according to the documents, they all followed protocol, right? False, because what they all did was basically crap their pants, ran and pushed the fences over. There were no gates at Marsden Refinery when this happened. So they pushed it, they actually literally forced the fence over to get out because they were so scared about what was going to happen next. So yeah, there's one of the guys got injured really bad, took some burns and that kind of. Yeah, so there's a lot of history. '99, they built the Wilsford pumping station, $30 million. So that was to help the flow from Marsden to Wiri and up the capacity. 2000 projects. There's the sulfur dioxide emissions, reducing those, 180 million. And then, of course, tomato cover. So that came along in 2012. The government approved those. Then it's 365 million for the hydrocracker. There's so much money's been spent in this place, you know. 2010, 4.5 million, repairs and maintenance. 2011, another million. 2018. So this is the interesting one. In 2018, they had a full shutdown. So that's the hydrocracker rebuild. It's like rebuilding a car engine, you know. A lot of us are enthusiasts of all sorts of motors and things like that. And back in the day, I used to do drag racing and stuff like that. So rebuild.
The camera.
If I see something wrong. Just rebuild motors and drags and stuff like that. So I know about rebuilding motors. So, okay, so I've got to make it. Sorry, Jonathan. Yeah. So getting back to hydrocracker. So they spent 85 million doing a 15-year revamp. These hydrocrackers get revamped or rebuilt or repurposed every 15 years. So at the moment, the one that's there was only used for like 3 years. I think. They finished it up. That's right. So I've still got lots of life left in it. We only leased the catalyst that was inside the hydrocracker. It makes it work. Bainbridge owns lots of different parts. I'll just deviate a bit here for rest. And so in '62, when they decided they're going to start building in Marsden, and they started going to the power station. So they built Marsden A and they built Marsden B. That was done in 1964. They built Marsden A. So the same contractors that were working at Marsden Refinery were basically, they were interchanging between the power station and the refinery. So they got diggers that go over there one day to the refinery, start digging, and then go to the next day they go up to the power plant. Well, the concrete layers are over there, laying concrete, they'll go to the power plant. Next week they'll go over, and the builders will be there. So this rotated. And don't forget, they also built huge, small communities. There's hundreds of houses were built in this process at the refinery, as well as here at Ruakaka to support everything. So the power plant, 250 megawatts, there's 2 of those, and it was actually using the waste oil from the refining to keep the power plant going. So that's how they generated power, because they were short. So what was going on then is the growth in Northland was going up, and to get extra energy, they decided to build this power plant. They needed more energy because the port was expanding, they needed more energy because Marsden Refinery was expanding, so they decided to go with this power plant. They're using the waste oil from the refining to keep the power plant going. And then later in a few years later, they decided to add another. So from 250 megawatts, they were adding another plant to make it 500 megawatts, which would have serviced us for ages. They wouldn't, they opposed the second one because of the railways. So there was lots of protests about it. There's a surface of sulfur. They actually, Greenpeace scaled it. They scaled the power plant and hung signs off it and everything like that. So there was no way that it was going to open because even all the environmentalists were dead against it. They wouldn't allow the railway line to come through to bring the coal. So then they wouldn't allow any of it to evolve, which is a bit of a shame.
Was it quite happy for ships to come on to the diesel coal?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Richard, just to clarify, was A the oil and B was something?
No. So just to be clear, so the refinery, Marsden Point oil refinery is one piece. Marsden A is power, is one piece. Marsden B is a second addition to the power.
It was B coal only, don't be coal only.
Both are all fold, yeah. There was,
They've got the oil, gas and coal, I think.
yeah, that was part of it too, because they wouldn't allow the railway. That was the ideal time because there wasn't much growth here in Ruakaka, so they could have run the railway line right through out the port, because the port was just expanding up so much. Yeah.
The conversion to run on coal was quite a simple process, and they could have done it very easily. Coal from the structure, that's what they run back.
The farm where Hanson Drainages, just the side of the Port Marsden Highway, was originally designated and bought by the NZED for an ash disposal site, and they were going to convert the station to run on coal. My brother was the NZED chemical engineer in charge of mothballing Marsden A power station. Sorry, Marsden B power station. They kept a positive pressure on the boiler tubes the whole time that power station was mothballed, and they wore out I think 2 sets of air compressors in keeping that power station in a mothball condition.
And that's quite a critical point, because it was mothballed, it wasn't shut down, it was mothballed. So New Zealand was intact, they just keep things moving over, keeping oil lubricated, things like that.
They've also closed down other power stations in New Plymouth was an oil, gas and coal fired power station. They closed that down. We've got the Refinery power station, they shut that down. They're going to shut down Huntley. The woman that was running Marsden Point, Naomi James, was at Huntley CEO up for recently. I'm not sure if she's still there. That's all she does, travels around the world and shut down oil and energy industry. So what's happening now?
I'll just leave that for a second here. It's a good point about Huntley. So I don't know who knows, but how is Huntley fueled? And it's currently fueled by compressed wood chips that come from Canada. You know, we have, So we have issues with slasher in the country, and we can't make anything to keep power plants going. That's just, we can't even. So just to finish up on this Marsden Power. So in 2009, Mighty River sold the power plant for $20 million, and it went to an Indian company, United Telecom, in 2011. And they took it to use it. They didn't take the scrap, they took it to use it. You know, and that's what's going to happen to RSA. You know, that's what's going to happen to the refinery here. Anything they take, they can want to reuse in another small independent country.
I was told yesterday when that arrived where it was in India, where they didn't pay for it. We never got paid for it. They took it, they were happy to take it, but we never got any money for it. We need to look into that as well.
I suppose the guy's going to pass out with. Yeah. They're just going to throw some of these things out again. So we've got the magazine, and we've got a little lemonade secret which you can read while you're sitting around chatting till we get to the next piece. Just one thing to keep in mind. This is all about information for me. This is all about awareness and sharing. Everything I do in the bus, and all the different messages, and all the different places we've been, is about sharing awareness to create people's interest in whatever piece it is for them. So as much as I share, it's the same as well. You know, throwing a pebble into a flat, calm, perfectly nice pond. The ripple effects go out everywhere. So my friend is to share as much as you can about whichever piece it speaks to. And there's so much in the world at the moment. We're all aware of. Yeah. I think that's about me, and I'll give it back to Reed.
Okay, so like I said, anybody that has little stories about Marsden, we've got beautiful Theodora Nicholas. She's going to come up and share a story. It's about coal and stuff, isn't it?
About fuel. We used to have a business, amongst other things that we did, we had the Volkswagen business in town, we got promoted. And can't remember the year that we changed to unleaded petrol. Can anyone remember? What year? Unleaded petrol. No idea? Okay, we all drove B-dubs in my family. We had every version of the B-dub, including a limousine in there made out of 2.5 Beetles. I had a green Beetle. Now, when unleaded petrol was introduced, they had science fairs at my son's school. He was at Pompelli where I've been working, and he did a science fair project on the leaded and unleaded fuel, etc. Now, interestingly enough, my daughter was at Girls High, and she was in the rock band that they formed at Girls High called the Reagan. and they had a booking at Whariora Hall to do a wedding one night. And at midnight, we got a phone call to say, "Mum, your car's on fire." And this is when we had changed our car to unleaded fuel. And she was in Refinery Road, just outside the animal welfare place and so on. Anyway, so they sorted the car out and brought it home. And what had happened was the unleaded fuel had destroyed the rubbers in the motor and caught fire. So BP gave us $2,000 or $3,000 to fix the motor. But I remember I was still having issues, and I had to go to the airport and fill up with aviation fuel. I don't know what the difference is between aviation and avgas. What's the difference?
Kerosene.
Kerosene.
Avgas is like petrol, the highest octane.
Okay. I was having to go to the airport to fill up with that. Yeah, until they did something else to the motor or whatever. Yeah. So, that was a pretty frightening experience for our daughter. It was only about 18 at the time. Yeah. Cheers.
Here we go. We've got a bit of an open floor. We've got our lovely lady here coming to give another story. Oh, sure am. I've only been local about 5 years now. And I've been overlooking the refinery. Oh, it's quite nerve-wracking talking publicly. Well, I fell in love with the refinery at night. Whenever I got up for a pee in the middle of the night, I'd always see the flames. And it was just awesome. And I got really attached to the refinery. And there's a lady over here on the wall. She's got an anti-gab t-shirt on. Now, she was a local here. And I met her on the first day of the protest with Marsden. She spent 3 weeks, she spent the whole time down in Wellington and dedicated herself to freedom, for the mandates for everything. Unfortunately, we lost her last year in October, and I met her on the first day down at Marsden. It was the dig-in then, and we've all had different names, but we've all got the same goal, which is the main thing. Ooh. It's hard, eh? Violet would love you doing this. No, she wouldn't. she always wanted to be in the background. But we were down there for 7 months. We camped down there for 7 months. We're both local, so we kind of like went back home and came down to support everybody else that was here. She was there practically every day, eh, Richie? Cooking, cleaning, just keeping everybody's morale up. And she was very disappointed that we didn't actually on the first day just camp outside the gates. She said we should never have done what the police told us to do to keep moving around. She said we should have just sat there and caused a scene to get ourselves into the media. Because of course the media would have nothing to do with us. It didn't matter what we did, it was never reported upon. We had 2 people travel right up to the top of, I don't know which chimney it was, and we draped a great big sign, "Save Me," on it. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning. By 7 o'clock that morning, they'd taken it down, no report on the news, nothing. But anyway, this is really to me about Violet. We had such a relationship. She told me all this story. She used to camp where Marsden Refinery is now, when she was younger. She'd take her kids down there, they camped in the pines. And when the refinery started to get built, she said the whole place just came alive. The shops, the people just flocked there to
to work there. She was to do with the lagging. She put the lagging on the pipes. And she said they'd just go out. She'd go out, do their work, end up at the Royal Capital and have a few beers, and she's a whole place was buzzing. So she was really very passionate about that. And I just wanted to acknowledge Violet for that. And I really think that she was right. We should have caused one hell of a scene that first day we all got down there, because that was the only way we were ever going to get on the news. And I know she'd be really pissed off that she wasn't there today, because she thought she was going to see the end of this war, the end of this fight. But also as well, Remy here. He's just recently passed on as well. And a lot of people used to see him in his sheriff car. Well, that was a bit of a joke down at the Marsden, because it's an electric car. And he travelled from Wellington all over the country in that electric vehicle, cursing it day in and day out, because he was down in, I think it's just in the what's of Taupo. But it used to take him hours and hours to get up here to get it charged, etc. So that was a big joke, but it was the best car. What he did to this van, I used to sleep in it with Bugsy, his little dog. So Rem's not with us any longer. So I think we're looking for a good home for that sheriff car. It should actually be in a museum. It should, because without the battery, it's not well. It definitely needs a good home, and I know that hopefully don't mind me saying, Kelvin or wherever, that if they can find a good home for that and somebody wants to give a good donation to council, then that would be awesome. But I'm acknowledging Rem, Violet, and we've just lost another young lad who was down at the digging as well, Cameron. And he was only a young lad with about 3 kidney transplants, and he's just lost his life for that. So and I just want to acknowledge everybody, Richie. There's a whole load of us coming and going down at Marsden. I don't know Chris Lynch. But I just wanted to acknowledge those guys. So thank you very much.
I just thanking people too. I got a phone call for me with the convoy and everything like that, and it was just an intuition, a gut feeling. And Gabrielle, I contacted her and she says, "Oh no, we're just getting a whole of trucks and we're going to start this convoy and let's see how it goes." And for me, it was empowering to meet so many different walks of life. From Matt through to Gabrielle, to the Richie, but also somebody that hasn't parked up here today, and I saw the car on the side. But Miss Gunn's cameraman, he's always jumped in. Sorry, I just think an acknowledgement. So Jonathan, thank you. It takes a lot of time to learn all this techie stuff. I mean, even though I've been doing it for years, and Jonathan's been doing it for years, live streams and things like that, always gives us little challenges. But in the big picture, thank you. You've jumped in. You've kept us informed. You've kept the wider informed that isn't physically here today. So thank you. Thank you. Now, we're just waiting for Vince. He's gone and he'll be back in a few moments. So what we're going to do is we're just going to keep rolling with some of the information and some of the stories of people that have been involved in Marsden. I know it's a celebration today. And people are actually, thank you for supporting our cafe by doing purchases with the food and that too, because that's actually helping to fund today, whatever you're purchasing over the there. All right, is there anybody else that, Sue goes, no, anybody that stands up, I always say, do you want to talk, something like that. What we were going to do is a little, I don't know, somebody's suggested that we should do some auctioning of cow. I mean, sorry, not cow, but going once, going twice, going three, who wants that cow, cow, he's under nothing to us. You could have your own personal street fair. If you've got cows, you could just say to them, announcer. So I think he was going to actually auction off on a t-shirt or something. Gabriel, was that right? So we just thought we'd do a little bit of fun here. Where do we actually kick off the incentive of an auction? I don't know, how many people have actually done an auction? Who's been involved in an auction? Yeah, we've got a few people. And so if you go to scratch your nose, be mindful, you're buying it. Okay? If you go and touch your hat, do your hair like this, anything to do with the hand movement, I'm already on you. Okay? Now, we were deciding that we're doing a bit of fun. With the auctions, you normally got to do the whole procedure of, how it works and the fundraising and everything like that. But because we haven't gone above a certain amount, we're going to be okay. So if anybody, what we're going to do is our beautiful models, maybe have 1, 2, 3 models, please come up and model how these fabulous bright yellow t-shirts work. Oh, we got 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So here we go, our 4 fabulous models, okay? And the whole reason is why we're going to be, okay, so here we go, we're going to auction. So what we've got is we've got t-shirts, we've got 2 to auction, we've got XL for giving. Any size, if you bid, will fit you to the up to 3XL. So these are limited edition. It's the kind of thing that I would do when I put it in a frame and put it aside, and about so many years later, pull it out and re-auction it for triple the amount. Yeah. Now, I don't know, I'd even be crazy enough to go along and get bid on it. And then we've got marker pens here, get everybody to sign something on it, make it fun, make it exclusive, get Vince Cockerell's signature, get Matt's. This is a great opportunity. Okay, now it's been a while since I've done auctioning, okay? More information, we're going to model, Carl, but just to be clear.
One thing I forgot, once I got the permit, I think the word infrastructure on there. Talks about Marsden Point, talking about the actual structure required here.
Here we go. Okay, so just to be clear, we're not auctioning off Carl. Unless we can do, he's suggesting, we do, you would get a really good offer for Carl, okay? We could auction, maybe the next event, we could be doing auctioning off Carl, okay? This is still fun. But today, we're going to be auctioning off, we'll start off with the birth t-shirt, okay? And we'll try and see everybody. Okay, so what we're going to do is to keep this honest, just in case I miss out on eyes and ears. When I say keep it honest, keep it clear, and I need to pick somebody. Theodora, you're just going to be keeping an eye that I'm actually double checking that when we're auctioning this off, so you're kind of like holding a piece of merchandise and to make sure that we actually auction this properly, okay? All right, so here we go. I'm going to do this pretty well. Now, the rules are, all right, we've got starting it off, we've got kicking it off. We've got number 5, the lady in the back here with the beautiful bracelets on. She's going 5. Anybody that would go, we've got 10, we've got $10 for the man in the cap with the yellow tablet. 15, we've got 15. Anybody going past 15? 30, we're jumping over. Could you do past 30, sir? Somebody put their hand up over here. Anybody could be 30. Don't forget this is fundraising. Woo, 50. We have $50 for the lovely lady that's in the far back there with the jersey on. And so here we are doing the, what do you call it? Magic fingers. All right, she's doing the magic fingers. So 50. We have, so far, we've got up to 50. This is fundraising. This is for our t-shirt. As you can see, Theodora, she's going to make sure that you actually get your size fitted. $50, $50. Going. No.
We could do it online. There's plenty of people out there that might want to vote for it. We could up get 1,000.
The only thing with doing it online, I can't visually see them at the moment, Hannah. What we could do is we could organise an online option where we can actually see who we're bidding against. Sorry, I'm old school when it comes to funding and raising and guidelines. So the guidelines is I can see all our people here and the funding, okay? Unfortunately, we'll run one online at another time. So here we go, $50. Does anyone go past $50 for the t-shirt? Woo, no, 60. $60. Oh, I'm getting excited, we're bumping up. So we're going $60, $6 for uniform and the grey. $70, $70 with our lovely with the magic fingers. Woo! All right, this is great. Okay, I can't see past here. Spin around. We have. Woo! Oh my gosh, okay. 100. $100. Does anyone even have $100 note they can hold up and show us? Not me, but anyway. $100, our beautiful gentleman sitting over in the far here with our stuff. It seems to be the people with the grey coloured jumpers at the moment, and we've got blue eyes. So well done, sir. So we've got $100 to our beautiful gentleman over in the far corner here, sitting over the cafe, which is often 100. Have we got anything past $100? $100 fundraising for Marsden, but we're fundraising. Do you want to go 101? Check your accounts, people. Go online. We do take bank transfer. No, we might not do. But we can organise that. Here we go. Have we got 110? Are we taking 110 from our lovely lady over here with the magic fingers? Raven's bumping this up to 110 for a beautiful, exclusive t-shirt from the New Zealand Oil Refinery. This is memorabilia.
Signed by the committee.
So and we will have a pen here, and I should really check if this is okay. I don't know if Matt's left yet. If he's okay. So Matt has run off. We might be able to. I'm just going to check with Vince Coccarello, our mayor. Okay, Vince, are you legally allowed to sign on the t-shirt for Raven if she's at 110 now? At 110. Raven's got it at 110 with Vince Coccarello's signature. Unfortunately, we can't bump it up to 200,000 without Vince Coccarello's signature. So watch this space. We will be seriously looking at going online to get Vince Coccarello to sign it to bump it up to 200,000. Okay. At this present moment, we are at 110. Raven with her magic fingers. 110. Can anybody here go past? Ring your grandmas at home. 120 with our beautiful lady here sitting with her beautiful, stunning blue. Am I going to touch that top? That looks beautiful. Beautiful. Salsa. It's extra for touches. No, sorry. But anyway, here we go. We are up to 120 with our beautiful lady here in the blue below. 130 over here, 130 for Raven. Raven's got up to 130. She's checked the bank accounts. Have anybody checked their hands, their pockets? Anybody can bid for somebody online, provided they're here physically today to be able to seal the deal. We've got up to, can anybody yell out their number? 140. 140. Come on, anybody can bump up 140. This is for a cause, one exclusive. We've got these t-shirts. These are only just being run off. There will be no more made.
Print Doctor, one of our freedom fighters, printed these t-shirts for us, designed and printed them, and unfortunately they've closed their business down. They've still got the screens, but they can't print them at this stage. So I'm saying we won't be printing any more in this design, so this is a one-off. From what I've got left here, there won't be any more, and this one's going to be a one-off signed one, so it's a special thing. I see 60s in the anniversary, so we're looking close to 160.
Numerology. Can we bump us up to 160? Keep it 160. So at the moment, what are we bidding at? Who's got it? We're still sitting at 140? No, we're still sitting at 140, 140, 140, 140, exclusive t-shirt.
$20 off the bet.
Can we push this up? We've done it. Our target was, way past 160, but we're jumping 160. So just, we've jumped up to 160 here. We've got a bidder, we've purchased, we're still bidding. If anybody can go past 160 for the exclusive t-shirt. I'm noticing there's been nobody itching their eyebrows, nobody doing their hands, So 160. We're sitting at 160 with our beautiful lady here in the blue bit 160. First call, second call. Here we go, 160. We're sitting at 160 with our beautiful lady here with the blue little top. Here we go. And close. Done. Sold. Well done. Thank you everybody for that. That was a bit of fun. Wow. Who's a journalist just going, wow. Now don't forget, stay tuned because we'll be auctioning off Carl at a later date. We might go past 160, just check your bank accounts. He's worth millions. He's a man of many things. Alrighty, thank you so much. Okay, now that we've gone along, and thank you, Theodora, what you're going to do is you're going to organise with the lovely lady here, the size, and thank you. So you check all that. Now we're going to do a second one. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, the moment we've been waiting for. Ching ching. No, here we go. How beautiful. We've just done the ching ching. Now here's the real thing. We're going to be auctioning off Vince Cockerell. Sorry, wrong show. Here we go. Hey, I've been really honoured Vince has come out here today. Vince Cockerell, our 28 here.
Well, thank you, Rudy. Go on, give Rudy a hand. Go on. She's always the hostess of the mostest. Look, I'm really honoured to be here. One of the things that was asked of me was, what were my memories of the refinery and as I was growing up? Because I don't know if many of you realise, I still live in the same house my grandfather built in Whangarei. So when he moved up from Wellington in the Hastings area, moved up into Whangarei in the 1930s, 1940s, this is where he built the house. So I still live in that same house. And my first memories of the refinery was when I went to Horahora School. Now, many of you know where Horahora School is? Yep. One of the arrangements Horahora School had was they had put up a whole lot of prefab or special classrooms for the Dutch kids. Because the refinery had a lot of people from Holland coming across and they brought their families with them. And they wanted their kids to have the same education they had back in Holland. So we at Horahora had specific classrooms for the Horahora kids, or for the Dutch kids, so that they could actually have their studies. One of the weirdest things was they brought in the customs of St. Nicholas and the bags of coal. You know, the Dutch custom of the bags of coal and things like that. It was when you're a young child at Horahora School, you deal with everybody, and then you got the special classroom that's got Dutch in it, the way they dealt with their traditions and things like that. It was really fascinating. So I was actually, blown away. My next dealings with the refinery was actually when I started dealing with, I started working for Cook Costello. At that time it was Cook, just changed from Cook Muldowney Costello to Cook Costello. And my employers actually had designed the main route for the road that came out from the highway to Marsden Point, so it could carry the different oil parts that were built in Whangarei and then delivered out to the refinery to be installed. So it's actually quite interesting, all the different parts that's touched. Now, I know many of you realise the effect of what the refinery actually did to Whangarei. We've heard about the employment that's happened. Most of the businesses in Whangarei over that time period, in the 80s, were all derivatives of people who used to work at the refinery. And we need to be very proud of that, because the refinery has a huge impact to Whangarei's employment, economy, and also, people going further in their lives. Mackay Electrical, Cullen Engineering, all products of the refinery, and we should be very proud of that. And I'm taken back with that, and I look at all the things that we now have in Whangarei, and yes, Ren, you highlighted about the glass works and a few other places. The refinery was one of those places which was very stable to Whangarei. So much so, when they announced the closure, which was, when I was on council, it was actually quite heartbreaking, because what it actually meant was we actually had to put up our water rates, because the refinery was taking about $2 million of water rates every year. So as soon as the refinery closed, the water rates we had to change to accommodate that. The Wilson's Dam, which was built for the refinery and for the expansion down here at the port. So there was a whole pile of things that actually happened in Whangarei because of the refinery. So it is a little bit heartbreaking when it closed, and I'm not going to argue that. The decisions that have gone past, the things that have been made, I had no say in that. Again, disappointing as myself. However, going forward, we've got to basically make sure that whatever we do in Northland, it's going to benefit Northland. We've got to make sure we keep the economy going. We've got to make sure we keep the employment going. And I know this is probably the wrong time to talk about, but the 4-lane highway, which I go on and on about, we need to make sure that 4-laning is done, because if anything, that is going to affect Northland's economy more than anything else. Using our bitumen would be nice, I'm not going to argue that. But the 4-lane highway will make the hugest benefit to Northland more than anything else right now. And I'll explain to you the reason why. If you've ever seen what the extension did to around Puhoi area, that shortened the route to Auckland by about 15 minutes. The extension, if they bring the 4-laning right up to Ruakaka here, that will shorten the trip by half an hour. You will be that much closer to Auckland, which means people from Auckland will want to live in Northland. Why wouldn't they actually, to be honest? Why wouldn't you live in Northland? It's a great place to live. We've got a wastewater treatment plant which we're going to be building down in Ruakaka here, solely for the growth of Northland. The wastewater treatment plant will actually take the population from being down here to from 6,000 to 45,000. And we know full well, once that 4-lane is in play, we'll have people wanting to live here in Ruakaka and travel Auckland to work. And over time, they'll actually say, well, actually, I don't want to travel to Auckland anymore. I'm going to run my business from home. And that's what will happen. Not only that, we've had to talk about the expansion, port expansion. I've seen the reports where the port expansion, and they're saying that within 10 years, they're going to have 100,000 containers coming off the ships. Now, for that to work perfectly, we need that 4-lane. So again, I say, the biggest investment going forward right now is that 4-laning, and no matter what I say, what anyone else says, it has to be done. And I put pressure on central government, and I put pressure on the different roading authorities and everyone to say it needs to be completed within 5 years. Because that is the effect that actually has to have to Northland. If we want to see growth in Northland, if we want to see the economy survive and grow, we need that completed within 5 years. So while I've had lots of experiences, I realised, you just reminded me, just looking at you, just reminded me of another experience I had with the refinery. Not that sort of, but it was actually, when I was running my IT business, because before this I was running an IT business, I would regularly get asked to come out to the refinery, go onto the oil tankers and fix their computers. Now that's a bit of a weird thing to do, because at one stage they said, oh, can you fix all these circuit boards and stuff? I said, no, I'm not going to touch that. I was fixing the computers which were allowing for the pumping of the oil on and off the ship. So it was actually quite interesting on that respect. And really, the reason why I say I looked at you, it was actually you're here. And it reminded me straight away of the oil that I was dealing with and how dusty and dirty, not you, but the dusty and dirty all the computers were. I don't think people realise how old the equipment on the ships actually were. They were running Windows 95 and 98. But look, I had a lot of experience with the refinery, and I know each one of you had as well. And from here, look, 60 years, we need to celebrate 60 years of having that here in Whangarei. It has improved Whangarei's economy immense, and we need to be very, very proud of that. Doesn't matter which government was involved in creating it, it was here. Yes, it's disappointing that they've closed it. I would love to see what's going to happen going forward. But right now, we need to celebrate the 60 years that we've had with it. And we've had a great 60 years. And Whangarei and Northland have actually done an amazing thing out there with it. So well done to that. Well done to the team. That's all I can say, guys.
In more things, Vince and I actually were in kindergarten together, in primary and what have you. So my mother claims, I remember when I decided to run for council, so I said to Vince, I said, look, I'm in Children, I pick up on stuff. Okay, that's one of my other side of my business. And I said to Vince, I know you're going to win the mayor, so you've got to run for it. Don't go council, you've got to run. I'd already predicted a year beforehand that he would actually be doing mayor. And I saw us doing like events and all the things. So it's all kind of coming to fruition, standing here. And my mum said, oh, you've got to run. You've got to be a council, you've got to run in the council. You and Matt, you and Vince, you used to, I don't know if you meant like, I threw sand at him, and I threw sand at him, and my hair got pulled. So maybe you were referring to that time where you put sand in my hair and it was all dusty and what have you. I feel this to be coming. And so if you go back in history, I think someone like Vince and myself, we grew up in my grandparents' house is still in Northland, and they designed it, they built it, and I think this is where, like I said, celebrating 60 years, I can't even comprehend that I've actually been hanging around in Monterey for X amount of years, let alone knowing that my family, 60 years really is just, it's not that, it's long enough but not, so it's big time. So I agree with Vince, we kind of looking at when you're running for council, when you're in those scenarios, it's not really, we're passionate about our city. To me, it was a one-horse town. I just want to clear this up, okay, just a little question here about how did we go from a town to a city? When did that happen? Like, are we still Whangarei Township and then we're Whangarei City? As somebody ignorant in the sense of when did it go from one horse to a whole lot of cars blocking up our western bypass?
Okay, so simple terms is, if you remember around 89, when we had the amalgamation of all the little wards that we had around Whangarei, the Whangarei district. At that time, we had Whangarei City Council, and it became Whangarei District Council. So that was actually when it included everything from Waipu Cove, Lees Beach, right the way up to Glen Bay. So all of that became Whangarei District. So while the city was still a city, which I think was actually when we reached about 40,000 people within the city itself, it became the city. Then from there it became Whangarei District, which is the whole district. So when we refer to Whangarei, we refer to the whole district, not just the little township in the middle. Because I don't know if everyone realises, we're sitting at 105,000 right now for the whole of the district. So we moved out of the provincial area into a metropolitan area. What does that actually mean? Realistically, not a lot. But what for me, we have a slightly different district to most other places around New Zealand, in that we have 60% which are urban, 40% which are rural. That's a good mix. We're not totally urban, we're not totally rural, we're a good mix of both. So that's why we work well together. Well, we have to work well together. And to grow a district, we need everyone, not just one group. So Ren, that's probably where it was. We've definitely gone past one horse, yes. Yeah, we'll see what Northland grows. look, I see Northland growing with the mill expansion that we're having and happening in Auckland and coming north. I see us growing to within 30 years being 200,000 people. That's how fast we're growing. So that's why we've got to put things in place to make sure. And I do say the four laning, that's an amazing thing. I would love to know what's going to happen with the refinery going forward. I really would. There's a lot of things, a lot of talk out there, but I don't know the facts yet.
Thank you, Mr. Corella. Amia, thank you. And like Bill said, what is the future of Marsden Refinery? We're going to be jumping back to Wellington. So our beautiful, Auckland. So our beautiful Gabrielle has been hard out on her laptop, talking to them to organise it. So we're going to be, hopefully this all links in, and then we can start getting this movement of explaining a little bit where we are or what our visions or some a little bit more in depth about the refinery and Marsden and the bigger picture. All right, here we go. Does it need to go on mine or yours? What do I do at this side on mine? Just leave it? Yep.
With this feeling, I can leave. I'm working and I'm here. Will you dare to give it all away and walk by my side? Do you see the road? Do you hear it call? Do you want a part of me? Just getting me above now.
Discover the future of investing with Moana Oceania Gold Ore Mining. Join us in revolutionizing the gold mining industry right here in the heart of the Philippines. With our innovative investment options, from VIP exclusive accounts to collaborative and crowd investments, anyone can be part of this golden opportunity. Benefit from our transparent platform, real-time updates, and a commitment to sustainable development. Secure your financial future and make a meaningful impact. Invest in Moana Mining today, where your potential shines as bright as the gold we mine.
And there you have it. That was the mayor speaking down there. And we're about to cross over to shooters in Auckland. So just taking a look down there, and still seem to be, oh, there they go. They're ready to go. So I'm going to bring them in.
Hello, how are you all? We're in Auckland and we're at Shooters Bar, and we are
Audio's a little
hosted
low.
by Shane today. So thank you, Shane, for having us here today and for helping us to celebrate the anniversary of Marsden for 60 years since it was opened. And we're all behind it here as well for going forward. And enjoy your day up there and in Wellington, and we're having a great time here, so thank you. Thank you everyone for coming, and I'm the newly appointed events coordinator or organizer, whichever one you want it to be. And so I've been following Marsden, the closing down and all that sort of stuff for years, and I've always felt a disappointment in my heart that, you know, we lost something so precious. So when there was a big drive about going on the board, meeting and voting and buying shares and all that sort of thing, I thought, right, this is my time. And then I went on with one of the Zoom meetings and we were talking away, and Carl said something about, oh, we've got the 60th birthday coming up and all that. And I thought, hold on a minute. You said what, Carl? Carl's a great man. He got right behind this really quickly, and it's up and down the country, so it's very exciting. We've got some speakers today for you, so if you'd like to come forward, speakers, we've got John.
My name is John Alcock. I'm the current leader of Rock the Vote New Zealand. And so what I'm seeing here today is actually a very interesting story. And that is the story of abdication of personal responsibility. And for far too long, all of us have abdicated this responsibility to look after and invest in our nation. And what we're seeing Carl do here today is take back that personal responsibility by buying shares in the Marsden Oil Refinery and preserving it for New Zealand's future. It is only by taking back our personal responsibility, each of us individually, and putting our money where our mouths are, and taking these kind of actions, that we can secure New Zealand's future for our children and our grandchildren. So I'm extremely proud to support Carl in doing this, and very pleased that he is leading the charge in all of us, taking back our personal responsibility for our nation. Thank you very much, Carl.
Our next speaker is Michael Avenel from the Rock the Vote as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone. It's a bit bright in here. These are just some of my thoughts. With Rock the Vote New Zealand, we haven't actually finalised our own energy position or policy, but we absolutely support, I know there's the reopening of the Marsden Point Refinery. Now, I've not been right across it, but I am aware of what Carl's been doing with the good oil to some degree. And initially when Carl had mentioned to me that he wanted to get enough shares, enough people buying shares that they take control with enough shareholders to determine the outcome of the reopening of the Marsden Point Refinery, I must admit I was a little bit skeptical, but I must put my hat all the people around him with the good oil, because Annie has reliably told me today that they've now got taken over about 53% of the shares. So well done to Carl and everyone involved. And I think that this is a perfect example of what we're dealing with, because I saw on the board before about the state of the nation. The state of our nation is in a shocking state. It is really the state against the nation, and the state allowing the Marsden Point refinery to close down, which is just a disgrace, really. So that's, like I said, what Carl and the many people around him have done is showing what a grassroots movement can achieve, what people power can achieve, because he's basically just about there. Now, when you think about it, one thing that Rock the Vote New Zealand stands for is decentralisation and as little government control over our lives as possible. But we probably realise that we do need some government to be in control of some things, perhaps like national defence, local defence, and national infrastructure. And I would have thought that the New Zealand refinery company would have been critical to our energy independence and our energy security. To allow that to collapse is unforgivable in my view. Now, if we want to roll it back a little bit further, there's Grant Robertson printing, borrowing, and completely blowing over $100 billion of our money, and we have literally nothing to show for it, nothing enduring. It's unbelievable for a country of just 5 million people. But what it does show, what we do get for it, is a completely broken, divided, and a country in complete disarray. So I think Carl and all his team at the Good Oil shows that what we can do when we all work together in unity, because it's going to take a grassroots movement, a movement of the people to save our country. And anyone that knows Rock the Vote New Zealand knows that a couple of our slogans are restoring our sovereignty and reclaiming New Zealand, which is gradually being lost. And restoring our sovereignty is both our national sovereignty, where we have the right to govern ourselves and determine our future free of globalist influence or influence from external state actors or international corporations, but also our individual sovereignty, and they're both intertwined. So, to retain our individual sovereignty, we have to work, the people that are awake, we have to work collectively together to preserve this and to reclaim our sovereignty. We cannot do it on our own, and we can do it. There's enough of us awake, and we all have to do our bit. You can't leave it to just a few people to stand up to try and save the country. It's going to be very difficult to do that. And, you know, I think personally, if we look at the bigger agenda, which is Agenda 2030, which is, I believe, is what's behind. Because when I first heard about the Marsden Point refinery closing down, I was quite shocked by that. I thought, well, this is bizarre. This doesn't add up. And then you start to join the dots. And when you look at Ardern, without any consultation, closing down the New Zealand gas and oil industry, calling it her nuclear-free moment, this is just pure communism without any consultation with the private industry. And now we have a country has been very weak, and particularly economically and financially. And one other further point to say that what we can do as the people to say, so we have a very strong country and a powerful country economically. You just need to look at, as you probably all know, Norway, which has tapped into all its natural resources, and it's a very rich country financially. And then we can be rich on many levels. It's not just about financially and economically. It can be rich spiritually and socially as well. And we have a friend called Frank who's worked, he's Dutch. He lives in New Zealand 6 months of the year and 6 months over the seas. But he has massive, extensive working history, working on oil fields all around the world, big projects. And he said that New Zealand has got so much gas and oil reserves of very high quality, and countries like China and Japan need a lot of gas. We could export all the gas that they need, and we would have all the infrastructure taken care of, all our infrastructure needs, hospitals, everything like that, education system. But our country, because they're working for the globalists and for the World Economic Forum, it's so crystal clear now, they are working to completely, in my view, to completely collapse our economy. And that's why if we think that our government's going to save us, we're very much mistaken. So I think we all need to work together collectively. Like I said earlier, all of us awake, and I think we can do this. There's always hope, and otherwise, if we don't, and that's what I said right at the beginning, Marsden Point symbolizes this, what we can do, because everything else, unless we're fighting for our lives, unless we work together and achieve this, everything else we're doing is actually, in the big scheme of things, a waste of time, because we will end up in 15-minute smart cities. You will own nothing. You will have full-time surveillance. You'll have central bank digital currencies. And one thing's for sure, you will be deeply unhappy. So I'd just like to congratulate everyone with the good oil, everyone around trying to open up the Marsden Point. I'm very inspired by it. And I believe that we can all do this and work together as a grassroots movement to save our country. Thank you.
Now, wasn't that awesome? We need one of those in every house in New Zealand. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much. Now, I'm over here. Okay, thank you. Now we're going to invite Carol Sakey to have a little chat. Watch out. There we go. And Carol is from Wake Up New Zealand.
Yeah, I started this journey about 6 years ago, and I think Lindy will remember in the very early days, and we were very targeted by the police, etc. And we've kept on and on and on. So I've had several interviews and got 140,000 followers. And I was looking at Marsden Point, and I've been watching this for some time. So I'm going to tell you that quite quickly how this has all come about. So New Zealand, with 196 other countries, actually signed the Vienna Agreement, a UN agreement. And then that was about getting rid of CFCs from the atmosphere, the ozone layer, which they said was destroying that. And then after it was 1996 when New Zealand got rid of those, and they brought about what was called HFCs. Now, HFCs was seen to be won't hurt anything. But then came along the Kigali Agreement, amendment to the Montreal Protocol, where they said, no, we've got to get rid of HFCs as well. Now, beginning of this year, COP28 from last year, where Green leader and National leader went to COP28 together, and you know they're all going to get there, but by different design. Okay, they're all right across government are on the same page. Now, getting rid of HFCs urgently. What does that mean? It means your air cooling system in your car, your gas, your commercial, your domestic, all sorts of products. But the main thing about this with Marsden, how's it going to affect Marsden? Well, it means that shipping and aviation have to have their carbon footprints counted. So there's going to be disruption to the shipping and aviation now. And this is coming about. I have red flags going off when I see, oh, shipping's been delayed in that port because there's a war going on in the Red Sea, or this is happening because it's been delayed. No, it's the Kigali Amendment. This is what's happening. Urgency to push it through. So ships have to have their net tonnage weighed. They have to fill in annual reports, and ships are graded A, B, C, D, E. And they're told that they must alter their rudders. They must refit their engines. Some old ships are going out of, they're going to scrap them. So they've been told that ships must go a shorter distance. And tonnage weights, including passengers, fuel, etc., have to all be weighed. So it's going to be a big logistics thing, and you're not being told about it. So last night, I emailed the government, New Zealand First, and I have said what I know about this. I have given them the links to say, we know about this, and we're going to talk about this, because we're not going to be hoodwinked to thinking that they're actually looking after us. Okay? So that's where I've got with this, and this is the way I'm supporting Marsden Point. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Carol. That was awesome. So I learned so much in that short amount of time as well. It's just, yeah, continually putting we the people down, squashing us far down as possible, and closing everything down around us so that we, you know, we won't survive it, but we will, because we're a small nation of only 5 million people. So
It's up to the people, you know, and that's what it's about, the people.
Well, there's only 5 million of us, so it can't be that hard. Oh, sorry. I hope you heard what I said. Okay, so the next person to speak is Finlay Smith. Finlay Smith, I don't know if he's arrived yet. He was meant to be coming, but no. Okay, all right. No, I think that's all our speakers today. Thank you. And I just want to say a big thank you once again to Shane for hosting us here at Shooter's Saloon and Bar, and also to Levi Wolf for doing all our tech and lighting and everything like that today as well. So thank you for coming. Thanks. Bye.
of this feeling I can leave. I'm working and I'm here. Will you dare to give it all away and walk by my side? Do you see the road? Do you hear it call? Do you want a part of me? Just getting me above now.
Discover the future of investing with Moana Oceania Gold Ore Mining. Join us in revolutionizing the gold mining industry right here in the heart of the Philippines. With our innovative investment options, from VIP exclusive accounts to collaborative and crowd investments, anyone can be part of this golden opportunity. Benefit from our transparent platform, real-time updates, and a commitment to sustainable development. Secure your financial future and make a meaningful impact. Invest in Moana Mining today, where your potential shines as bright as the gold we mine.
Okay, there we are. Oh, good, we got an echo. That's an unusual thing. We have an echo. That was very weird. Okay, so we're going to cross over. We're going to cross over to Whangarei while they finish up there in their activity. Whangarei doesn't seem to have any audio. Make sure that they're on stage.
This room,
At stage.
who in this room has been involved in the refinery that's in this room? Who here in this room has been part of the refinery the longest? Well, I know I'm not. Who has been part of the refinery the longest? Who was involved in it? Who worked there? All righty. How long? How long have you worked at the, well, how long ago was it when you worked there at the refinery?
I started in 1991 and I worked for a local sandblasting company, blazing trails for women to get out there and $10 an hour. And I had 2 boys and had to try and make a living.
Do you really feel that's worthy of cake? Yeah, you, please darling, walk this way. Vince is going, yeah, hand a round of applause for that. Did you catch that? That was beautiful. Okay, Vince is going to cut it. Oh, you're going to cut the cake. You're cutting the cake. Together. And are we going to light the candles is what I meant. Do we light? Yep. Who's got a lighter and can we light it providing there's no sprinkler right above it? We're lighting the candles. We need people to come behind the big 60 to take a quick photo. Okay, now who's going to... Everyone's got their phones out. It's all about you, Vince. And, sorry, Dan, what was your name? Karen and Vince, a group, a combined effort, cutting the cake for half to celebration. Here we go, cutting the cake. Drum roll, please. Everybody tap on a table. Drum roll. Celebrating, yeah. Who's a professional cake cutter provider thing? We've got these candles here. The nice thing to do is you've got to wet your fingertips and squish it out. Don't burn your fingers. Who go? Did you make a wish? Everyone make a wish, yay! Okay, we're going to be photo shoot time now. Anybody that wants photos, jump in there now. Oh, we've got another cake to cut. I didn't see that one. Doing well, Karen. Doing well, Liz. Wow. Where's our Are we actually live still? Yeah. Okay. So we're still live. So we're live streaming around the world, aren't we still? We're pretty much still live around the world. We just need, can somebody, the last thing to do is, even though we've cut the cake and now will be celebration time, I feel like there needs to be some kind of acknowledgement. Can somebody, who can do some kind of nice, dare I say it, like a prayer or a closure or a, even though we're not ending, we're kind of, this is the part where we're all gratitude, shoot gratitude. Has anyone got something to read out that would be a gratitude prayer or something to say?
Sorry, I wasn't planning on speaking, but I just did want to say thank you to everyone for coming today. We were going to do another thank you later, but I don't know. We're at the moment just rolling with whatever, and I think it's beautiful, just, nothing too structured. And this and that, and look at even me and Vince agreed. So, yeah, just thanking Annie Espinal first and foremost for actually ordering the cakes and paying for them. Yeah, so she's in Auckland at the moment, MCing. I just wanted to let everybody know while we're having our cake, we are just going to cross back to them for the live stream and allow them to do their cake. And then Finley Smith will be doing a little speech on that end. So if you do want a piece of cake while they're doing that on their side, we will come back to Whānau after that. Thank you. Bye.
Before we go there, there's 3 people that need to put the knife on the cake. No, you 2 and myself. We need to be cutting the cake.
Not very photographic at the moment, but okay.
Just someone did something. Yeah, can't tell. What's your name?
With this feeling, I can leave. I'm working and I'm here. Will you dare to give it all away and walk by my
Discover the future of investing with Moana Oceania Gold Ore Mining. Join us in revolutionizing the gold mining industry right here in the heart of the Philippines. With our innovative investment options, from VIP exclusive accounts to collaborative and crowd investments, anyone can be part of this golden opportunity. Benefit from our transparent platform, real-time updates, and a commitment to sustainable development. Secure your financial future and make a meaningful impact. Invest in Moana Mining today, where your potential shines as bright as the gold we mine.
Okay, here we are. That was our message from Moana Mining. And I don't know why I have an echo now. So let's just cross straight over to shooters.
We got Frank doing the
Okay, shooters look like they're still a bit busy. So in the meantime, let's watch this little video on Carl.
Sorry, that's right. Well, that's what you're doing. Just trying to get Frank back. It's always good to give an extra few minutes to have a good thing. You wanna don't put the camera back to your head. What I want to do is take shadow, get rid.
Okay, just getting them sorted out, and I have to represent this video because it stopped catching the audio.
I sort of came up with a second convoy from Turangi. I met them for the first convoy and went as far as Taupo, but I had business to finish, so I finished that and then came up here. So I've been here ever since. Spearhead thing's been going for 84 days or something, so I've probably been here for 60 odd days of it. So we got everything accomplished today in several hours. The last 84 days of Spearhead being at the other gates, the locked gates of Marsden Point, have done nothing. We've served documents on Naomi and the management today that should help us bring this refinery back into operation. I was talking to one of the senior staff members walking out before, and he said it's been destroyed, what they've done so far. It will take 3 years and a lot of money to get it back together. So what have they done? Have they been running around taking all the electronics out of it? If that's the case, this government is responsible for the tyranny of this country because they approved for the shutting of it down. The government tells me, local MP Dr. Emily Henderson, said that the government's got no control over it. It's a private business. But if you look into the oil refinery, it's tied up with the IEA, the International Energy Agency or Authority, and we're part of that. And so the government has got a say in what happens in our refinery. And originally it was built back in 1962, opened in 64 for our fuel security. So that's what was built, to give us fuel security. And 58 years on, New Zealand's in the position where it needs fuel security from what's happening in the rest of the world. Forget what's happening in Ukraine. Start worrying about what's happening in Taiwan with China, and a lot of our fuel's coming from the Asia Pacific region. I've just followed a tanker from
Argentina. It's taken 3 days to get to Tauranga. It came into port, turned around and left. It's sitting off Napier now. Why is it out there? What's happening? We've got this tanker here. I've been following tankers, and this one's sitting at Marsden Point. It's been here for about 5 days. It appears to be empty, but it's still sitting here. What's it doing? It should have gone back to where it came from. One tanker of crude lasts us 10 days of production in New Zealand. We've got 35 tankers coming here since they closed this thing down. We're in our 13th week now of been running it on fuel tankers. We understand there was a fuel tanker arrived here with contaminated jet fuel. I'm very concerned that our fuel is now coming from overseas, in particular when the world situation at the moment, we've got this Ukraine saying at risk from their fuel. Our fuel is mainly coming from the Asia Pacific region. I understand that crude is coming out of Russia now and going to India and some Chinese refineries. I'm not sure which other refineries. So we are at a critical situation. And we're supposed to have 90 days of reserve in this country. I've been talking to an organisation overseas called the International Energy Association, which the government, our government is part of, and we're supposed to have 90 days of products here in New Zealand, available here in New Zealand as of what was used last year. It's not a fossil fuel. Oil is a product the same as water. It's abundantly in the world. Apparently, the Rockefellers way back in the 1800s realised that oil was so abundant they had to call it fossil fuel to make it look like it's going to run out. It's scarce. It's not scarce. This operation here could, yes, become a refinery that also used, as well as using crude, could also recycle our plastics back into diesels, because plastics and that are a petroleum product. New Zealand does not have an oil shortage. We've got oil fields all around New Zealand, from one end of the country to the other. We've got our economic zone is 200k out or something. It's a huge big area. And we've got more oil in New Zealand than what's in the North Sea. And it's 40 million years younger than the rest of the world. It's called sweet crude. It's not black crude. It's not the best for making bitumen, but it's the cheapest and best fuel to be making into fuel. We don't have a fuel crisis in this country apart from this refinery being shut down. I'm a shareholder of the company. I just recently bought shares, and it's just a small parcel, so I can actually get information of what's going on from within, and to be available for anything that they're telling us shareholders. Documents I've seen, news media reports stating that shareholders for a number of years have been concerned with the way the management run this place, and obviously when the oil companies got involved, they had a long-term plan to close it down, and these other shareholders, New Zealand shareholders, don't want to see it closed down. They want to see it operational. So we've got to win it back again. It's for the future of New Zealand, for my grandchildren's future. We're not going back to horse and cart. I love horse and carts, but we're not going back to horse and carts. We're not going to be electric this and electric that. If anything, we'll go back to steam. I'm a steam man, so we can chug along with some coal. But as far as having electric cars, yeah, okay, around towns, that. But if you're carting a load, or if you've got a truck, a tractor, or something like that, you're not going to have a logging truck running on electricity.
Before we have a kai, just like to first and foremost thank God. He is our strength and unity here today. So what we have here is a notice of demand specifically aimed to the living woman Naomi James, who is the CEO of Channel Infrastructure. Now the demand is quite simple. We are demanding that they restart the refinery, firstly that they reinstate the refinery to a serviceable and operable condition, and that they restart it in preparation for new deals of crude oil. Now the reason we are asking this is because we believe that they have committed crimes
in order to shut that refinery down. And we believe that this refinery is a critical piece of New Zealand infrastructure which is needed for food security and national security, and so that you can get petrol to go to the beach on Sunday. So without further ado, I would just like to ask anybody who agrees with those statements to come and make your mark before we take this down and present it to Naomi James or her agent at Channel Infrastructure at Marsden Point. I would say that everybody can sign it how they feel comfortable. First name, last name, absolutely fine. Personally myself, I'll sign my first name, my last name, and I will put it down as from the family or from the house, and then my last name in lowercase letters.
So I've got the police officer that put Naomi's name back there, and he's countersigned it that it's being directed to her and the management. So the document has officially been served. This is a very important day in New Zealand's history. The same as the 23 days in Wellington.
It's also Independence Day in America.
We're winning back our sovereignty and our democratic rights in this country. And today is Independence Day in America, and it's fuel independence New Zealand. Amen.
All right, awesome, Mark.
We've got our next speaker waiting in the wings here, and that's Finlay. Have you ever met Finlay? Anyone? Yeah? Oh, good. Okay, great. So he's going to have a little chat to you today, and he's going to, what are you going to speak on, Finlay?
Well, that's to be determined between the 3 meters that stand between me and you.
Okay, well, I'll let you come right in.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice seeing you here today on such an auspicious and wonderful occasion with New Zealanders that are prepared to stand up and defend the country, defend the best interest for the country, and to look out for our country for future generations, because this is our time, this is our job, and this is taking an active interest in the interest of the country, which is a business for each and every one of us. When it succeeds, you succeed, people succeed. When it struggles, the people struggle. And hasn't that been proven through the last 5-6 years of that horrible, and I use the word horrible, it's probably too much of an explanatory word, let's just say a communist style system which Labor instrumented against the people of this country, the fine people of this country, our family and our home. And it's with fine New Zealanders I stand. I'm very proud to stand. We may not be blood related, we may not be family related, but this is what makes us stronger. We're a group of committed people that want to see this nation do well and aren't afraid to talk about the issues that affect this country of ours, and will improve society for every one of us, because we're all so important. And that's why we're here today, to celebrate the opening of the refinery in 1964, 30th of May 1964, some wonderful moments there of New Zealand taxpayers committing their dollars, going without, to create the assets of this nation, our country, our home, our business, New Zealand. We mustn't forget that it was previous taxpayers, our previous generations, that went without to provide assets for this country. oil refinery included, power, infrastructure, our hospitals, our fire stations, many things our previous generations paid for. These were gifts of previous New Zealand citizens. It was their gifts to us to go forward. We take it for granted each time we turn on a light switch and we think, well, that just happened. That didn't happen. That happened after World War II with the immigration from the European countries of engineers and builders coming into this country and fellow taxpayers committing their tax dollars to investment for our business of New Zealand, for our family of New Zealand, for many generations coming forward. Every time we turn on a light switch, we should never forget that is a gift from our previous generations to us. It's led to betterment in this country. It's led to a valuable place to live. It's led to a valuable currency in this country, which many immigrants come from other parts of this world to enjoy. The Indians come here, wonderful people. Namaste, that's one of their welcomes. Salam, Sat Sri Akal, that's the people from Punjab. They come here because they haven't had so much luck. Their currency is worthless. They are crippled. They come here because of what our fellow New Zealanders have provided for many generations. And they haven't asked anything for it. They've gone without. They've gone without food on the table. They've gone out without the luxuries that we take for granted today, like these beautiful roads. Okay, some of them need some repair, but Carl's onto that with the refinery, and so are you. And congratulations for that, for standing up, defending our assets. On the matter of people coming to this country for the value of our currency, it's important because that's the main reason they're coming. Our currency, it holds value. $400 in New Zealand dollars buys you 25,000 rupees. Now, to give you an idea of how much 25,000 rupees is, a 1 kilo bag of rice there is 2 rupees. 2 rupees. And for 400 New Zealand dollars, they are achieving a great deal with currency in their country when they convert it. So it's great that you guys are looking to protect our assets. New Zealand has many issues going forward. We've got this wonderful opportunity where we've got many cultures in this country. We've got the Italians, the Dutch, the Germans, the Russians, the Fijians, the Samoans, the Tongans. We've got the Indians, we've got the Bangladesh, we've got Chinese, and we've got a lot of Brazilians. Oh, Brazilians, we've got Brazilians. And just to give you an idea of some of those welcomes, we could go through a few of those. Bulafanaka from Fiji, Malolale from Tonga. Where else do we want to hear from? Samoa, Talofalava, and the wonderful Samoans, Talofalava. And we'd love to see those flags driving as we drive through the country. You know, wonderful people have been the driving force, the Tongans, the Samoans, and the Fijians for this country. And then we've got, of course, Sat Sri Akal, we've got the Punjabis, and then we've got Brazilians. What's their welcome? I'm just trying to think. Give me a minute. Mahaba. No, sorry. That is the Turkish people. Mahaba, mahaba, mahaba. To go on would be simply to give you an excellent example of how many cultures we've got. It's a great gift. But at the same time, it's a gift that we need to work at together if we want to achieve greatness in New Zealand, which we do. And, a lot of these countries have come from impoverished situations. Philippines, for example, or India, as I've explained, their currency is worthless, and they come here for the currency. But being as a massive selection of different cultures gives you a wonderful opportunity of diversity. It also gives you a wonderful thing because every culture is different. It has pros and cons. There is not one culture that is completely pro. But together, New Zealand has the opportunity to grow wonderfully. A wonderful team should have diversity. It's the thing of how to activate it and discuss the issues that are important to our nation. A lot of the people behind this, Carl included, and yourselves, have been here for many generations and understand what it's taken, what commitment, sacrifice, and what it's taken to get here. We know the level of wealth we expect the country to be in. We know what to expect from our services. Labor has absolutely sent a bombshell into this and absolutely hit at the heart of the country's well-being. And we do not want to be standing around watching us being driven into poverty. I think if Labor's one line could have been, we are here to drive New Zealand into poverty. And boy, did they deliver. Yeah. They delivered full out, intentionally. Yes, I would agree with that intentionally. There is documentation in the newspaper articles to show that there was deliberate intention before the last election, and I'm happy to supply that information, which shows that they had intended to crash our public health hospitals before the last election in 2020. They had decided to crash it, and then follow on from that. 3 months later, they push in the mandates, and 45% of the staff are scared out of our hospital. Yes, we've got problems in New Zealand. Thank you so much for standing up for New Zealand. It makes absolutely no sense at all to send 175 oil cruise ships from America to Singapore and then put them in another 170 boats to New Zealand. It is not heading in the right direction for New Zealand. Thank you again for standing up for the country and standing up for the previous taxpayers' assets and your own. Further from that, I don't know whether you'd like me to stop at this moment, but I think at this time we've covered a good amount. I want to back you 100% in what you're doing. Congratulate you for standing up, because if it wasn't for you standing up, we would be losing our country, which we are on the slippery slope into poverty right now. And it's congratulations to you all for doing that. So I would like to leave it at that stage, and I hope to speak to you again soon. The sooner the better, because if there's anything I can do, I'm very keen to do it, and to speak to you further, and to encourage anything that you do further on from this. So take care. I send my love to all New Zealanders, as to everyone, because we're the family of New Zealand. You're standing up for the family of New Zealand, and you're absolutely wonderful. It's an absolute honour to be part of your family, and congratulate Carl for standing up also and his team. So thank you so much. Take care from Auckland. All the best. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow. Another wow. Whew. Blow you away. Well, thank you, Finlay. That was absolutely amazing. It just hits it where it's supposed to hit it, and it makes us feel that we are a family. Yeah, we are. We've just been all, shunted here, shunting there, trying to find our little group. But we all will come together eventually, I think, and take this government down. Yeah. So Levi Wolf is going to come and speak to you now. So everybody, here's Levi from Operation Oil.
Hey everybody, thanks for being here, and thank you to everybody in Wellington and Whangarei for turning up. My name's Levi. I am with Operation Good Oil, and I'm one of the foundational members. I wasn't going to talk because I've been doing the mic and the camera and all of that, and I apologise for all all the problems. But just what Finlay said, rousing speech there, Finlay. Gets the blood pumping, mate, you know. That's what we need. We need people to stop being so dang apathetic about what's happening in this country, you know. We need to start calling a spade, and we need to start calling a fork, and we need to start calling liars, and I'm going to say it, we need to start calling traitors, because there are people in this country who are working against the New Zealand people. They're working against the New Zealand country, and they're working against our democracy, our economy, our safety, and our well-being. And it is good to see that there are people in Parliament who seem to know that. I'm not naming names because I'm not going to get political here, but there are some encouraging signs out there. I just wanted to expand on what Finlay said when he said that the people of New Zealand, the taxpayers of New Zealand paid for the Marsden Point oil refinery. Now, this is how it went down. Sorry, I'll just find it again. Here it is. I do have all this information because I'm a bit of an information junkie. It's in here, right here, $12 billion. Oops, there it is. Sorry, I had this, here it is, here we go. Right, here it is. So, in 1962, during the initial construction, the New Zealand taxpayer put up £10 million, which when inflation adjusted in today's money is $290,793,000. In 1973, during the expansion, the New Zealand taxpayer put $160 million into it, which in today's money is actually $2.5 billion. In 1981, the hydrocracker and the pipeline extension, which was $1.86 billion combined, in today's money is worth $9.973 billion. So combined, the taxpayer of New Zealand has put $12.779 billion into the Marsden Point oil refinery. Now, part of that was there was a piece of legislation that was made that said that the company was not allowed to claim tax depreciation on any of that plant. Prior to the shutdown in 2020 and 2021, what was previously the New Zealand Refining Company, or the Refining Company and Channel Infrastructure, wrote off $578 million worth of plant and said that they didn't make any profit. Now, they made profit during 2020 and 2021, and they lied to the people in New Zealand and said that it was an unprofitable operation, when in fact they were writing off taxpayer-funded equipment that they never paid for. So I'm calling those people out publicly for who they are. We know what you did, and it's unacceptable. Thanks for hearing me. Cheers. God bless. Bye-bye.
I'm going to bring Carol back up again, our wonderful, inspirational person. Here we go.
Well, I keep on hearing Agenda 2030, the global agenda for the 21st century. Now I hear someone talking about Norway and how well they're doing, but it was Harry Brundtland that brought about what is happening today with your renewable energies and this whole climate bullshit. So national government has a lot to do with this. So right across the board, you have National, Labour, we'll forget the rest of them for now, and there's what you call a third way, National, Labour, and the two of them coming together. So what you've got here is the Global Redesign Initiative, WEF, from the meltdown of the world's economy of 2008, 2009, the Global Redesign Initiative came out of a meeting at Davos in 2008, where governments got together with academia, businesses, corporations, and they said, what are we going to do to bring the world's economy back together again? The following year, well, 2010, Klaus Schwab says, this is how we're going to do it. And he brought out a 640-page report, which was called the Global Redesign Initiative. Now, that Global Redesign Initiative is your new normal, the global agenda for the 21st century. It is not going back to normal, of course, but it's everything you hear about, the Agenda 21, the Agenda 2030. It's stakeholder, they call it capitalism, it's communism. It's a dictatorship of communism right across the world. Now, the UN haven't got enough money to pay for all this, so what do? On the 13th of June 2019, they got together WEF and the UN, and they signed a partnership memorandum. So the proviso was that the WEF and their corporations would accelerate the global agenda right across the world with haste. They needed the governments, they needed the power, they needed the money, and they had it all in the WEF. And this is exactly what is happening. It is corporate capture. It is the plan was to actually, and the plan is to actually destroy the free market enterprising economy and replace it with corporate capture. And this is exactly what has happened. So you have a government who has partnered with BlackRock, is a prime example, partnering with our banks. Who's made the most money? The banks. While you people are being treated like peasants. So, you know, people say to me, oh, Cara, it's always gloom and doom that you tell us. Hey, suck it up. That's the facts. And if you don't know the facts, you can't deal with them. So wake up, New Zealand.
Thank you so much, Carol. You're such an inspiration. You're amazing. Thank you so much. And there was a lot of things said here today that needed to be said. Otherwise, you know, we just go back home and we had a nice time out, didn't we? But no, we have to really start thinking because we haven't got much time left. And, you know, we need to come together and get things organised and support Carl if we can with the shares, with donations. Just try and get, you know, Marsden up and running. That's what this is all about at the moment. And celebrate every year that it still sits there because whether it's going or not, it's a treasure. And we want to see it still sitting there until it's going, don't we? Okay, yeah. So thank you everyone for coming, and we're going to enjoy some cake, and they're going to have some cake cutting of the big cake up in Marsden at Whangarei. So we'll be able to watch that live stream as well. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
With this feeling, I can leave. I'm working and I'm here. Will you dare to give it all away and walk by my side? Do you see the road? Do you hear it call? Do you want a part of me? Just getting me above now.
Discover the future of investing with Moana Oceania Gold Ore Mining. Join us in revolutionizing the gold mining industry right here in the heart of the Philippines. With our innovative investment options, from VIP exclusive accounts to collaborative and crowd investments, anyone can be part of this golden opportunity. Benefit from our transparent platform, real-time updates, and a commitment to sustainable development. Secure your financial future and make a meaningful impact. Invest in Moana Mining today, where your potential shines as bright as the gold we mine.
You are legends. I have to unmute my mic there. To be staying on for 5 hours and 10 minutes and 34 seconds and still counting. So we're at the last leg of this now, and we are heading back to Whangarei for their closing. And I've got a bit of a hair thing happening there. And a big shout out to our new sponsor for State of the Nation, Moana Mining Mindanao, there in the Philippines, run by a New Zealander. Who's got an excellent little gold mining business down there. So there's some information throughout the broadcast today. And I will also drop the link to their website in the chat after we've finished this. So let's head over there to Marsden. Let's add them on the stage. And here they are. And that is Gabriel up there. Bit dark. Oh no, looking good, looking good. And I am out of here.
Can you hear us all right, guys? We only just got the speaker on.
Sounding good.
Yeah, it's just
Well, what do you know? Last minute internet connection errors, and they're back on now. So let's go back and bring them. Whoop, their cameras whipped out again. Yeah, that's quite a trial, actually, I guess, for a non-stop stream. These folks have been online all day, so I guess they get tired. So here we are. Let's go back over to them.
yeah. I'm just on the laptop, and the speaker's just feeding the laptop. So I hope it's okay for everyone out there. Just from my end, I just wanted to say thank you. Who gave him the microphone? Okay.
Coming. Boil of water.
Yeah, I just wanted to do a few thank yous. Definitely to Jason online.
Yeah, thank you, Jason.
Yeah, he's been up all night trying to get stuff sorted. We only just got a list to him yesterday, so he's for the past 3 days. Like all I need is a list, and we've got the list the night before.
No, I had the list.
Yeah, he has the list. So we'll blame it all on Kyle again. Yeah. But just thank you to Jason. Thank you to everyone that helped sort of put this together. Everyone out on Facebook group sharing the post out.
We've got Rosie in Canada. Rosie Convoy.
So she works alongside with Jason. She was part of the original convoy in 2022, all the way from Canada. She was our Canadian link, actually. That's how we were getting information from over there. So there was a big move for us, not just as freedom fighters, but as New Zealanders. And it was a big move for our nation. Nothing like that had ever been done in history. 23 days on Parliament grounds, guys, and it was a great time. Not so much for us. We're working every day, but I don't regret any of it. So it was, we won't be doing it again. Just for anyone out there watching that's keeping an eye on us. I'm not in the position to do it again, so don't worry. But yeah, just for today, just thank you for everyone for coming. just for her time, but you know, for all of her equipment, bringing that out. This is thousands of dollars worth of equipment she allowed us today. Thanks, Bartley, for putting us in this position.
Sorry.
We love it, and that's why we back it. No more. No.
Can I add that this equipment was actually on Parliament? I did a lot of karaoke and the videos and the movies.
And the shower, you were the shower.
I love the shower girl.
Yeah, never got there, unfortunately.
Always told Carl, there's a hot shower. Down at Parliament and that, so it's travelled. It's part of the
I want to come out to the groundswell people. Where is groundswell in all this?
No.
Laurie and Bryce, you need to start talking to me. Shane Jones needs to start talking to me. We're not going away, people. This refinery is going to get going again. Otherwise, we run out of fuel and this country runs out of economy. Start waking up. We've got budget today. I don't know what's the time. They're probably talking this shit now. They're going to be putting a couple of billion towards this refinery. They took $2 billion out of it when they sold Z Energy to Ampel Australia. Ampel's the reason we don't have a refinery anymore, which is Z Energy. I don't buy petrol anymore from Z Energy or Caltex. I think there's a couple of other people that buy their fuel from Z. I challenge everybody, do a 5+5, drive on their forecourt, put $5 worth of fuel in their car if you have to, or whatever fuel. Go inside, buy a pie, sit down for 20 minutes and waste your time there. You're a paid customer. They can't tell you to piss off. Block those pumps. Send the message to Australia. We don't want your business here. We want our oil refinery back, and we want Shell Oil, which is Z Energy, back in the hands of the people in New Zealand. It was our pension fund. The government had no right to sell it off to Australia, same as they had no right to give that oil refinery to the oil companies and give them millions of dollars to carry on, to wind it down to the point where they wanted to close it because it wasn't maintained. We pay for it in our pocket. The oil companies and the government don't pay for it. It's our tax money. If it costs us $1 billion to fix it, so be it. Fix the damn thing. It's costing us $8 billion to import that rubbish now. Poor quality jet fuel, poor quality bitumen, CO2 over the price and poor quality. Wake up, New Zealand. Go and buy some shares for a share broker or shares if you want to do it this small time. But we need to get that shareholding up to 60, 75% as soon as possible. Then we'll make a move on this board. And if they start making a noise like they're going to start taking the hydrocracker net out, we need people here at Marsden Point, and we need people back in Wellington, and we need the government to put a high court injunction on Channel Infrastructure, formerly New Zealand Refining Company, to stop them from destroying it. An inquiry is no good if it's frigging gone, Winston. All the money in the world is not going to do any good in an inquiry if you don't stop the destruction. I'm involved with Pike River. They wasted $60 million down there and we still haven't got the men out, but we're going back in there shortly, Winston. There's money available. Bernie's going to get his son out. I'm going to get my neighbour out, and we'll know what killed those men. And this country is not going to be destroyed by our politicians who are not elected by us. Our police are not our police. They're corporate cops. And I do not consent to what the cops and our government tell us to do. This country is going to be turned around. When we save this, this is the first step of the Kiwis saving the Kiwi spirit. What they say, I heard a report this morning about how many immigrants we've got in this country in the last 12 months. Is it 130,000 more immigrants? Do we need them when we've got unemployed Kiwis? No, we bloody don't. Every truck you look at's got an Indian face looking out the window. I'm not racist, but they don't need to be doing our jobs, New Zealand. The young ones that are sitting on the dole, they shouldn't be on the bloody dole. Get them into a job where they can get an apprenticeship like old Raz, myself and Richie. If you're no good at school, Get with your hands. You don't have to have high education to use your hands trebly. I've owned a business, Raz has owned a business, I'm not sure if Richie's owned a business. It's the skills that get you the jobs. The highest paid jobs in this country should be tradesmen, not a lawyer or an accountant sitting in a frigging office doing nothing, or a politician sitting in Wellington with their smiley faces. Old Shane Jones is good at talking, that's all it bloody is. He's pissing in the wind. All they're going to do at Marsden Point is make it into a green hydrogen and sustainable aviation fuel plant. There will be no petrol, diesel, jet fuel, bitumen, CO2 or sulphur coming out of that plant if these idiots carry on the way they're going. So I'll just leave it there. Buy some chairs and channel infrastructure on NZX, it's called CHI. Buy them for a broker if you can, because then you become a registered shareholder. Otherwise, buy them for our Sharesies link. I'm not very happy with Sharesies because we can't communicate with them, and we can't find out who the shareholders are so we can communicate with the shareholders. I've just been talking to somebody who's going to buy some shares in Whangarei this week for his share broker, and I've asked him to tell the share broker to get hold of us. He's a local shareholder, a share broker. I want to be able to have a share broker that all the shareholders can talk to, not like the corporates, so we can communicate with what's going on and tell them the truth. When they closed this thing down, they had a book, I've got it out in my van. It was the proposal why they should close it down, and all the way through the document it says, vote in favour of the closure. Not this is what we could do and this is what we should do. Vote against it. Vote against it. Vote in favour of closing it. Then we had the annual shareholders meeting a couple of weeks ago where I stood as a director and had a proposal to stop them from destroying the place. They told the shareholders at that meeting, through the whole of New Zealand, through the documents they sent you, to vote against Carl Barkley and vote against resolution number 5. Winston, you need to question why resolution number 5 wasn't allowed to be accepted by our shareholders. Because resolution number 5 would have stopped the refinery construction, and they would have had to have an engineer, a qualified engineering consultant come and look and tell us what damage and what cost and times it would take to get this thing going. Don't have to waste millions of dollars for that. $100,000 should be enough to make that happen. You guys will get some consultants that are paid by you guys. You probably own the consultancy firm and nothing will come of it. Getting back to Pike River, we had a Royal Commission. How much did that bloody cost us? And you know what the Royal Commission didn't see? A video that the family saw later on, because the police released this video. And the video shows 2 men moving on day 4 before the second explosion. If that second explosion didn't kill those men on the 4th day, they all lived until they starved to death, people. Because the compressors were turned off, so there was no oxygen in the mine anymore. There was water, there was no oxygen, and no food being presented to those men. Could have come down all the boreholes in a plastic bottle, could have kept them going until mine rescue got in there. Bernie Monk's team, 4 world experts, were going to spend $7 million in less than 12 months and get in and get out and get those men out.
Winston was going to be first, didn't it?
Yeah, well, Winston told us that at Bernie Monk's pub, but he won an election out of that, and then he didn't win the next election. So, but Labor spent $60 million in 4 years, won 2 elections on that promise to get people out of Pike River. So I'll leave it at that. We're going to win this thing, people. If we don't, well, I've been travelling around Northland in the last few days talking to businesses, and they say this country's stuffed. We can't turn it around. Bullshit. I was going to say something stronger, but there's probably some ladies listening. Bullshit. We've got people that fought 2 world wars through worse conditions than we are now for our freedom. And they didn't give up. Some of them died doing that for us. Some of them come home to New Zealand in grave conditions, didn't speak about the conditions they were in. They were just young men. Some of them went away for an adventure, they were told. Hell of an adventure, 5 years in a friggin' swamp with rats and your dead mate beside you for 7 days. One thing that was here 2 years ago. I'll pick up the prop. Looks like I'm drunk. I don't know if you can see that, but that's that. 2 years ago, we were here for the final day of Marsden Point oil refinery, exactly this day, 30th of May 2022, 58 years to the day the refinery started, 60 years to the day today is when the refinery started. I told these people, the operators and technical staff at our farewell down the road at the boathouse, I said in 2 years' time we'll be back to take this thing back. We didn't do it today. We've got another 6 months to knock the bastard off, as Sir Edmund and Hillary would say. So we're going to do that, New Zealand. Buy some shares, get us to a point where we can take control. Yeah. I know the companies out there listening are going to be starting to squirm. The government's going to be squirming because it's not getting rid of their oil refining like they want. It's all about decarbonising the world. We are carbon. We put CO2 in the atmosphere. The green plants suck it up and give us oxygen. We need more CO2 in the atmosphere. The greenies need to wake up. They realise they need oxygen as much as we do, unless they're not human. I'll leave it at that. I could waffle on there. Somebody said for 7 hours or more, or 7 days or whatever it is. I'm not going to give up. These good people that have been behind me know that. They would have jumped off the walker by now if they thought it was a waste of time, but they know it's not a waste of time. So thanks very much, and just watch what we're up to. Something's going to happen. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Carl. I'm getting sore feet now, so I just, again, coming back to the thank yous for this event. We will be doing more work moving forward. We are part of Good Oil, myself and Carl. There's another two of us, Levi Wolf in Auckland, Jason Bainbridge and Daniel Rurik. So we are sort of the umbrella for cafes, Collective Action for Energy Stability. So it's a collective of shareholders, Channel Infrastructure shareholders. I only do the administration side, so there's about, I think, 260, 70 people that we have in our collective group that we've signed up. Everything is part of a process. I do get a bit of flack, people saying, "Oh, why are you so, why are you so organised? You like the corporate." I said, well, the difference between me and the other corporates is I'm not corrupt. So just just keep that part in mind. We do what we do for the people. We don't get paid for it. Everything we do is voluntary, and it takes a lot of our time and energy up. I just wanted to give a big thank you to my partner also. Yeah, so the reason why I can do what I do full time is because of him. So I am just the brain and the computer girl at the moment, but I love getting out and seeing everybody like this. I do love seeing people, and then I crawl back in my cave for about a week. So I can only handle so much. So yeah. Definitely our purpose as cafes is the reinstatement of Marsden Point Oil Refinery, whatever that means. We do not know yet, but we do have legal action that is going ahead. Tomorrow we have an important meeting with one of the lawyers of the Freedom Movement. She's coming in to do some work with us for free. So we are still looking ahead at that sort of action and stopping the hydrocracker, as Cole said, from being sold this July. To Cedar Energy, that will be when the contract is finalised. They're either going to go through with the sale or not. If we can stop it beforehand, that would be great, because that piece of infrastructure we actually need to get that refinery up and running tomorrow or the next day. Without that, then they can go back and say, oh, we don't have this. It's going to take us months again to get it back up and running. So that's what we need to stop to disallow them from saying stuff like that. So that's what I think they are planning. And moving forward, we are willing to work with anybody that is willing to work with us. So it doesn't.
Like I came up here 2 years ago when Brandon and Dickon was here, and Operation Good Oil, and there was Sour as well, Kemp Sour. There were 3 groups on this bandwagon, but we seem to be the only ones left here. I went with Gabriel, that's Operation Good Oil, because I felt that they had a good brochure and good ideas. I've carried on with my I better say it right, buy back control of Marsden Point, New Zealand's only oil refinery. That's my banner. I'm fundraising under my own name for that if anybody wants to help in any way, fuel and advertising. Otherwise it comes out of my pocket, which I'm willingly do. It's damn hard, but I'm not going to give up. And with the support of Gabriel and that, with the cafes and that, it's another avenue that we've got to draw the shareholders in so everybody knows what's going on. It's their company. Unlike what the government says, it's not a private company. It's not a private company. It belongs to the people of New Zealand. Even though it was given to the oil companies, it was still a public company. It always has been a public company. So I'll leave it at that. And
We'll leave it at that.
yeah, as I said, I'll carry on.
We can never leave it at that. That's
No, one last thing before we go. One last thing. We've got to remember Chris Lynch. Chris Lynch got 18,000 signature petition to the Parliament through what's his name, Reedy? What's Reedy's name?
Shane.
Shane Reedy. Yeah. So Shane, what have you done with that 18,000 signature petition to stop the refinery from closing when Chris Lynch was still alive? That was only the last 2 years. Winston's had another petition. Where the hell's that gone, Winston? Stop mucking around, stop the destruction, and get it open ASAP.
And we'll leave it at that. And
Yeah,
we'll leave
yeah.
it at that. Okay, thank you, everybody. Much love to you all.
Thank you. The next celebrations will be the birth of the baby. His name's going to be Marsden.
Well, there you have it. Awesome. Excellent. How's that? 5 hours, 31 minutes. Exactly. So not so bad. Not so bad. It's been a long day. And thank you for tuning into State of the Nation. I'm Jason Bainbridge, and we're back. We haven't had a show for a while. And this was definitely a long show to get started with. And of course, don't forget to check out Between Two Flags with Rosie Convoy. We'll be starting that again. We've all been a bit busy this first half of the year. But now it's time to get into more shows and more information. And
discover the future of investing with Moana Oceania Gold Ore Mining. Join us in revolutionizing the gold mining industry right here in the heart of the Philippines. With our innovative investment options, from VIP exclusive accounts to collaborative and crowd investments, anyone can be part of this golden opportunity. Benefit from our transparent platform, real-time updates, and a commitment to sustainable development. Secure your financial future and make a meaningful impact. Invest in Moana Mining today, where your potential shines as bright as the gold we mine.
And that was from our sponsor, Moana Mining Mindanao. And as you can see down below, there is a website that you can visit, https moana-mindanao-mining.online. So if you ever thought about getting yourself into the gold, though, there you go. I quite like silver myself, and gold. I do like gold. Sure, why not? Okay, so I'm Jason Bainbridge. You've been on State of the Nation. And so it's time to do the outro, and it's time to say, see you in the next episode.
With this feeling, I can leave. I'm working and I'm here. Will you dare?